Sokumani.
Commission resumes. The South African Human Rights Commission has applied to the Commission for an order compelling the National Union of Mine Workers, NUM, to discover the following documents. 1. Quote, records of discussions relating to disputes over benefits associated with employment at Lonmin over the 5 years preceding August 2012. And 2. NUM's records on formative interaction between the unions and the employer. This includes correspondence as well as individual members' complaints regarding benefits, especially housing. Unquote. NUM has opposed the application. The Commission has had the benefit of submissions made by Counsel for the Human Rights Commission and NUM, as well as from Mr. Shaskelson SC, one of the evidence leaders. It was common cause that the Commission's power to issue the order sought is a discretionary one, in the exercise of which it must weigh up the relevance and importance of a document sought against the invasion of the private rights of the party whose documents are sought, and compare the likely prejudice suffered by the party requesting discovery if the application is refused with the prejudice likely to be suffered by the party compelled to make discovery if the application is granted. In the present case, the request is both too vague and too broad, and none of the documents sought will not be relevant to the issues on which the Commission has to decide. The expense to which NUM will be put if discovery is ordered, and the time which will be required for it to go through its documents to track down those covered by the request will be enormous. It is relevant in this regard that Counsel for the Human Rights Commission did not suggest any way in which the broad ambit of the request could be cut down. So the prejudice to NUM, if the application is granted, will be substantial. On the other hand, if one looks at the prejudice likely to be suffered by the Human Rights Commission if the application fails, it's clear that such prejudice will be significantly less because the relevance of those documents requested, which are covered by the terms of reference, is relatively slight. Furthermore, insofar as those documents are concerned, that is to say, those that are relevant, they are of such a nature that they could more appropriately be sought from Lonmin rather than from NUM. In the circumstances, the Commission is satisfied that the application should fail.
Enza apha isigqibo umhlekazi kwisicelo esenziwa yi-South African Human Rights Commission kule veki igqithileyo okokuba kunyanzelelwe i-Lonmin okokuba ikhiphe amaxwebhu athize abekade iwafuna apha kukhona izivumelwano nezinto ezithize phakathi kwayo nabasebenzi beNUM. Uthi umgcini-sihlalo esi sicelo senziwe apha kuye ngoba unalo igunya lokuba asivume kanene asichithe na eso sicelo. Uthe xa esejonga ke izizathu zokufuna kwesi sicelo kuze kungacaci kakuba yintoni le funwayo, nokuthi xa ethi mayinyanzelwe iNUM ukuba ikhuphe la maxwebhu kuyawuthatha ixesha elide, izawungena ezindlekweni, izawuchitha ixesha. Ngaleso sizathu ke ubona kokuba makasichithe esi sicelo esenziwe yi-South African Human Rights Commission sala maxwebhu afuneka kwiNUM.
National Commissioner, you're still under oath. Mr. President, I understand you have further questions to ask in cross-examination.
Usephantsi kwesifungo uCommissioner umhlekazi uBizos.
National Commissioner, on the 20th of October 2012, you instructed Major General Johnson to carry out an investigation into the possible tampering of evidence at the crime scene of the 16th of August 2013. Major General Johnson presented you with an information note, in inverted commas, during November last year. You signed this note on the 20th of November, and the head of the SAPS Detective Service signed it on the 21st of November. Am I correct? And will you accept
isicelo
the dates on which these things happened. It's Exhibit F 15, Mr. Chairman.
aphande ngokuphazamisa kobunqina kulesi sehlakalo esenzeka phaya kwabakho ingxelo ayenzayo kuwo owayisayina mhla ka-20 kuNovember yasayinwa nange-21 zikaNovember kunjalo.
Yes, it is.
Ewe kunjalo.
Have you read that information?
Mbuzo kuba ufundile na le ngxelo eyayilapho.
Yes, I have.
And the explanations that have been given.
Nezizathu ezanikezwa apho kokuba kwenzeke ntoni.
Correct.
Ewe.
The so-called investigation, have you? Sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I did say correct.
You did?
I did say correct.
Ewe kunjalo.
The information can best be described as little more than a brief paraphrasing of various short and some very long statements. Do you agree with my characterization of the information given by General C. Johnson?
Uyavuma kokuba uGeneral Johnson yonke le ngxelo ke uye wayenza yaba imfisha kwaba into emfisha nje ukuchaza yonke le nto eyenzakala lapho.
I note the short paragraphs, but I also note the statements that are attached to it.
Ndiyabona ukuba izivakalisi zakhe zimfisha zona kodwa ke ingxelo yona iyevakala.
It does not draw any conclusions and does not offer any advice or recommendations.
Akukho zindululo azenzayo apho nekuchaza kokuba makwenziwe ntoni.
And it ends in paragraph 23 with a statement, progress with the investigation will be reported.
Ugqibela ngokuthi ke kuza kwenza ingxelo epheleleyo ngoluphando.
Yes.
Has any progress been reported since?
Kuye kwabakho ingxelo ke emva koko okokuba kuye kwafumaneka ntoni.
Yes.
Where is it?
Iphi lo ngxelo?
It has been submitted.
Iyavezwa apha.
To the commission.
Iveziwe apha kweCommission.
Who?
To the commission.
Please speak up.
I said the report has been received. I'm not sure whether it has been recorded and noted by the commission, but there is a report, a final report.
Ikhona ireport eyenziwa ndazi nokuba ibonile na iCommission.
We have not been informed or given a copy of it.
Sorry, Mr. President.
I see
I'm
that.
sorry to interrupt you. I haven't seen it, but let's ask the evidence leaders if they've got it. If they've got it recently, they may still be in the process of...
I've already heard a shaking of the head by the leader of...
Well, I can't go on body language. It doesn't get recorded. This document to which the National Commission refers, well, obviously she didn't personally hand it over to you, so she's obviously relying on information she received that had been sent to the Commission. Has it in fact been received by the evidence leaders?
No, Chair, we haven't seen it.
I have a copy.
Well, let's ask Mr. Semenya, he may be able to help us. Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Semenya, can you throw light on this matter?
We received the document last week, and my instructing attorney tells me by 11 o'clock it will be forwarded to the evidence leaders.
The evidence given by the National Commission so far is anticipatory. Perhaps you can postpone, or perhaps postpone is an unhappy word, you can defer your cross-examination on this point until after the Adjournment, when this document will be available.
I will do that, Mr. Chairman, because...
ireport ikuthethwa ngayo izawuvela.
And I will give notice of the question that I once...
You don't have to give notice of questions, at least you want to, really. You don't have no obligation to do so.
I'll wait until we have seen this document, Mr. Chairman.
Uzawulinda ke kuze kube xesha
Answer all the questions you're going to ask anyway. So let's see the document first,
Yes.
and then then we can take it further if necessary.
I'll leave it over. I now want to deal with whether or not there was political direction in relation to the events of the 16th, Commissioner.
Ndiza ngoku kwihlelo 16 okokuba kukho into eyenzeka nakuqhambukela kwezopolitiko.
Of the 16th, General Mbombo took part in a media briefing. It's to be found on slide 154.
Kukho apho General Mbombo avela khona epapasha izindaba ezithize ezivele apha
Of
kwimfanekiso.
Exhibit L, Mr. Chairman.
Imfanekiso le ikhona apha kwi-exhibit lena esinayo, exhibit L.
I'll read it out. Have you got it in front of you?
Yeah, we've got it.
Exhibit L, yes, what slides, eh?
154.
Apha kwi-slide 154.
In the police engagement with all the relevant parties, a commitment had been reached that the violence had to end on that day, Thursday, the 16th of August, 2012. And weapons had to be put down by 9 o'clock that morning.
Uthi kwafanele ukuba kubekho ubeko phansi lwezixhobo ngexesha lika-9 kusasa ngaloo
Had the
mini.
commitment not been honored, the police would need to act within their mandate
Uthi kwakudingeka okokuba ngaloo mini kwakuvunyelwene okokuba ngaloo mini iphele noma kanjani le nto mhla
to ensure that peace and stability were resorted in the area.
xa kungenzeki oko amapolisa kwakufanele enze okunyanzeleke kokuba kubekho uxolo nolwapho.
Lieutenant General Mbombo was reported on several news channels on the morning of the 16th saying that,
Wavela ke
in inverted commas,
aninzi ngaloo mini ethetha le nto uGeneral Mbombo.
today we are ending this matter.
Wathi kwenye namhla siyayigqibezela le nto.
What? Yes. We want to show the video, Mr. Chairman, to refresh everyone's memory of this speech, but we are told that the technicians are not yet here.
Sixelela okokuba abaphethe phaya basengafiki besifuna ubonakaliswe lo mfanekiso.
Reminding the witness so that we can get on with it, what the vital parts
Chaza loo nto umhlekazi uBizos okokuba sizawuqhubekela phambili ngoba naku ii-technicians azikafiki phaya zokuthi kuveze lo mfanekiso.
Yes. He said, among other things,
Enye yezinto ayithetha yile landelayo.
today is unfortunately D-Day.
Wathi ke namhla
No, sorry.
yaqalisa apho.
I thought that we would have the video, but I'll use my notes and put it.
Bendicinga uba singabona ividiyo kodwa ndisebenzisa ii-notes zam endiziphethe.
that effect.
uthi wathetha amazwi anjengala ukuba namhla siza kuyigqiba le nto.
What I want to ask you, Commissioner, is this. On whose authority did the Speaker made that announcement?
Xa ezawuveza le ntetho ke ubefumene igunya lokuthetha ngolu hlobo kubani?
I've already indicated earlier on that there is full delegation for the Provincial Commissioner to be in charge of the environment that she is tasked and mandated to be in charge of. She is the Provincial Commissioner of Northwest.
Bese ndisele ukuba njengo-Provincial Commissioner we-Northwest unawo onke amagunya, unikezwe onke amagunya okuphatha leyo province yakhe ngendlela.
Who was present to authorize her to make that statement at that meeting?
She has the full right and the responsibility to do so.
Ubengadingi uxelwa ngomnye umuntu ngoba unawo amandla aphelele kokuba enze loo nto.
The question was, who was present? I want a list of the names, please.
I don't understand your question then.
Andiwuva kakuhle lo mbuzo.
What do you not understand?
What I do not understand, you've asked me a question. I said, she is the highest, most senior official in this province. And she has the rights, the responsibilities, and the mandate to take those type of decisions. And then you ask me a question, who was present? That's why I say, I do not understand.
Were you not consulted as the National Commissioner?
National Commissioner.
It was not necessary because I have said she is the highest, most senior official in this province. She has a full mandate to do what she did.
In the same morning, Dennis Adriao, if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, A-D-R-I-A-O, said, "Today is unfortunately D-Day. It is an illegal gathering. We've tried to negotiate, then we'll try again. If that fails, we'll obviously have to go to a tactical phase."
Uthi Adriel wathetha ngolo hlobo ke njengoba elibiza igama lakho kokuba namhla ke imini yokugqibela kufanele sithethisane nabo xa kungenzeki oko sizawuphinda sizame futhi okokuba sithethe nabo aba bantu.
He calls himself the police spokesperson.
Lo ndithetha ngaye apha uzibiza njengesithethi samapolisa.
Who authorized him so early in the morning to make that statement?
Wayelifumene kubani igunya ngaloo mini kusekusasa kokuba athethe ngolu hlobo.
I do not know about the authority, but I can say that there is the topmost person in charge of this province, and I'm sure when she testifies, she may be able to talk to that.
Elo gunya andazi.
When the decision was made that this was D-Day,
wawuxelelwe na babelifumene kuwe igunya lokuba bavezwe kokuba ngaloo mini yokugqibela.
I've already answered on that one to say it was not necessary for them to consider.
it was not necessary.
Because the commissioner has full powers and mandate to run this province.
Whether she was authorized to do it, and it wasn't necessary for her to consult you. The question I understand is whether you were consulted. Whether it was necessary for you to be consulted or not is another matter. Were you consulted by the Provincial Commissioner before this decision was taken and before this media briefing took place?
The to that is that, again, I'll say, Judge, the Commissioner had the powers to take decisions together with everybody. I wasn't consulted necessarily on what is going to be said in the press conference. I wasn't consulted necessarily on how they're going to engage, which had already indicated that by that morning they will be putting down their arms.
They were putting down their arms, or if they said they were putting down their arms. There's some debate about that, which I know we don't have to raise with you. If they had said they were putting down their arms, then obviously the problem would have been solved on its own, as it were. The problem was, however, if that didn't happen, and they didn't put down their arms, was it then necessary to go over to action, some kind of operation, to deal with the matter finally, or was it something that would be considered in due course? I think that's one of the issues that arises here. Now, you said that you didn't know the details of what is going to be done. I think you left that to the commanders, is that correct? And to the provincial commissioner, the details of the plan.
Yes.
Did you know that if they didn't lie down their arms that morning, as it was indicated they would, that immediately that day there would be action by the police within their mandate, to quote the words of the provincial commissioner, to ensure that peace and stability were restored in the area on that very day?
Yes, I was aware because, as I said, on our meeting of the 15th, we endorsed her plan to go out to encircle, disperse, and ensure that those protesters are disarmed. That was a known factor. The tactical and the operational plans were left to the province, but we knew that we needed to collect the arms that were promised to be given. If not, make sure that we collect them.
Besanditshela ukuba kwiyilanga nekhona nge-15 wakwenziwe isivumelwano sokuba iplani leyo seyenziwe izawuqhubekisa ngemini elandelayo ukuba xa kungabekwa phansi ezi zixhobo kukho amanyathelo azawuthathwa asemthethweni okokuba lawo ndawo yenziwe indawo enocwangco.
Do you agree that the final phase, whatever that may mean, was a very important point to be decided by you as the National Commissioner and by the Minister?
Esi sinyathelo esegqibezela kokuba kwakuyoba yinto eyayinzima kakhulu kwakufanele senziwe nguwe njengokomishina welizweni lonke nominister.
Perhaps I should be made to understand what you mean by final phase.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bezos, I've got another suggestion. Is it possible to turn up the volume slightly of what, with your equipment, so that those who can't hear as clearly as others are assisted by the amplification? So I'm sure the Commissioner doesn't like to have to shout when she gives her evidence. I wouldn't expect her to do that. Mr. Bezos must hear what's said. What he said.
My question was, I would like to be able to answer after understanding what you mean by final phase.
That's what we want to know from you and the generals and the brigadiers and the colonels. What did they mean when they use that phrase in the plan? We haven't had an answer yet. Have you asked the question?
Wawubuza nalo wena lo mbuzo kokuba inkcazelo yale nto bayithetha apha xa bethi final phase inyathelo sokugqibezela ukuba bebachaza ntoni
Tactical phase. What does that mean? Tactical phase. though your subordinates used it, they have not defined it anywhere clearly for us to know what they meant. Perhaps you can help us.
Elizwi lisetshenziswe ngaba baphansi kwakho kodwa ke balichazanga ukuba bachaza ntoni kakuhle hle xa besisho ngolo hlobo.
I shall leave that definition
Lo nkcazelo
to the operational commanders because they are coming to this commission.
ndiza kuyiyeka kubo operational commander ngoba bazawuza apha kule commission.
In their summary, and particularly in paragraph 78 of Exhibit L, address protesters, dispersed into smaller groups, encircle and disarm.
Muthi apha is it slide 78?
78.
Ufunda le nto apha ku-slide 78 ukuba kwathethwana ngolu hlobo.
Have you seen it? Now, why do they say, what would the police do if they did not disperse into smaller groups, if they could not encircle them, and if they refused to be disarmed? What were they going to do?
Akuchazwa ke apho kokuba amapolisa bazokwenza ntoni xa ezi nzame ziphanza bangakwazi okokuba babarhanqe babathathele izixhobo noma babeke phantsi izixhobo bangavumi ukohlukanisa bezokwenza ntoni amapolisa.
My response to that is that I have said there was a plan, and clearly that slide talks to an operational plan. The plan was disrupted.
Esi slide sithetha ngeplan eyayibhaliwe eyaye yaphazanyiswa loo plan yayibhaliwe.
Was there a plan? Was there a plan? What would they do if the people in the crowd did not do the bidding of the police?
Kwakukho iplan ke yayikhona ukuba xa le mizamo lena engaphumeleli okuyolandela yintoni ezokwenzeka.
Perhaps let me start off by saying what I understand is that you're saying slide 78. Is it 78? Yeah, slide 78 represents a plan.
Xa ndikuva ke xa ufunda slide 78 lona uchaza iplan yonke.
Please give us the answer to the question. Well, I'm looking at 78. I don't think that it answers the question. You please try to answer it.
You press that question. You referred to slide 78, but my colleague Advocate Hemorrhage points out that the plan is dealt with also in 79 and 80, and in particular in 80, in the second paragraph. Something is set out which was also clearly part of the plan.
What do you, Commissioner?
They refused to disperse. Then certain things would happen.
We are 79 now 80.
That's also part of the plan, isn't it?
Ichaza kakuhle izinyathelo ezaziyawulandela emva koko.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that that's part of the answer.
Ngomhlekazi impendulo enye inxenye yayo le.
Why, anyway, in Exhibit L or elsewhere, was it said that sharp ammunition would be used in order to kill people?
Apha kulo slide kukho lapho kuvela khona okokuba xa sekwenzeke zonke inzame zangaphumeleli kuyawusebenzisa iimbumbulu ezibulalayo ezizawubulala abantu.
Advocate, I think what is very clear after looking at all those slides science that represents the plan is that there was a disruption. There was never an intention by the police to use that type of ammunition. So the disruption and the unintended consequences talks to the unprecedented nature of this matter.
Njengoba ndisitsho advocate okokuba kwakungekho plan yokokuba kusetyenziswe imbumbulu ezezibulala ngaphandle kokuba kwaba khona le plan le yabese iba nokuphazanyiswa phakathi kwasekwenzeka ke into ebeyingeyona injongo zamapolisa.
Because I think it would be necessary for you also therefore to refer to the first bulleted point in slide 80, which is relevant, I think.
Awujonga ku-80 ke phaya kwibullet yokuqala kuyatsho okokuba kwakuzokwenzeka ntoni.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Enkosi Chairman.
If what is said in paragraph or slide 80, what is it anticipated that sharp ammunition was to be used in order to kill people?
Awujonga slide 80 ikhona na injongo yokokuba xa kwenzeka kuyawusetshenziswa imbumbulu ezinokubulala ukubulala abantu.
It is important to note that in that very paragraph that you are referring to, TRT, NIU, and STF would be responsible for close quarter confrontations in support of what the POP was doing. And indeed, when you look at the 16th, there's been a whole build-up, and a lot had happened. And you can see that there was a lot of information informing this plan.
National Commissioner, sorry, Mr. Interpreter, please interpret.
Njengobona nje yonke into eyenzeka njengoba yayibekiwe phaya kwakhona amapolisa e-TRT nawe NIU nawe STF okokuba ancedise lawa abengaphambili awe-POP xa izinto ziphuma olawuleni.
National Commissioner, I refer Mr. Bezos to the first bullet of slide 80. Should the protesters attack the members of PRP in the dispersion line, who will be outside their orders, a second line of armed members of a technical response team, backed by the NIU and the STF, and following behind the PRP line, would these are the words that are important, respond proportionately to address the threat. Now, if we bear in mind that these people in the second line were armed, they were armed with weapons for the firing of sharp ammunition, unlike the members of the PRP, how else could they have responded proportionately to address the threat, except by firing the weapons they had?
Njengoba usazi ke isitsho apho kokuba kwakhona ababe-POP xa besohlulekile abe-POP bebazakunceda ngaba basemva kwabo i-TRT ne-STF abaphethe imipu enezi zimbumbulu zibulalayo bebazawunceda kanjani ke ngaphandle kokuthi basebenzise leyo mipu yabo.
Given their ability, given what they can use to support POPs to do so. So indeed, their response would have been based on what they had.
Kwakuyobakho isidingo sokuba basebenzise ezo zixhobo bebaziphethe kwiinzame zokunceda aba be-POP xa behlaselwa zezi zihlwele.
And if I may say, it means by the time they actually pass the POP numbers, it means all efforts to use the POP level of force would have failed.
You and I are making the same mistake. Neither of us is allowing Mr. Bishlanga a chance to interpret, which is very important. So, I will try to remember in future, if you promise me you'll do the same.
you, new as you might have been to the job, must have been familiar with the standing orders of the police.
noma ube usengebe nexesha elide apha ubusazi kakuhle i-standing order umgaqo osetshenziswa emapoliseni.
Yes, I was aware.
Bendiyazi.
Were you aware of the standing order who says that nobody is to shoot at people without a warning?
Ubusazi i-standing order esithi akukho mntu onegunya lokuba aqondise umuntu ngaphandle kokuba adubule phezulu
Without an order from the commanding officer of the unit,
ikakhulu xa kungekho myalezo osuvelile kwi-commander ephethe apho ngelo xesha.
Yes,
and they must shoot below the belt. Were you familiar with those orders?
Nokuthi kufanele kudutshulwe ngaphansi kumzimba ongaphansi.
I need to say.
Yes.
Chair, in fairness, that is in reference to the use of rubber rounds.
I'm sorry?
Le nto ayithethayo umhlekazi uBizos umhlekazi uSiminya uthi apho kuthethwa ngomthetho ophathelene ne-rubber rounds.
Mr. Chairman, I think with respect that I have a brief description of the standing orders, which will support me if we go to the details. I ask that the witness be asked to answer the question.
The standing order first before.
Chairman phambi kokuba ingqina liphendule lowo mbuzo.
Are you referring to the standing order, Mr. Bezos, or the two glosses on it, the one December 2011, the second one issued by the present witness shortly after she took office?
Yes.
Or are you referring to the standing order?
I am referring to Exhibit S, Mr. Chairman, which is signed by the witness.
Yes, that's the gloss which she issued, which relates only to the use of rubber balls. We had this debate last week.
Yes.
I think was the result of the debate last week was the standing order is what generally applies.
Yes.
It applies to the use of sharp ammunition and everything else.
Yes.
Thereafter, two notes were issued, as it were, which are glosses on the standing order.
Yes.
And the second one, effectively, the one issued by the witness, withdrew the first.
Yes.
And that deals with the use of rubber balls and rubber bullets and so forth. You're not asking her questions about the use of rubber balls at the moment. You're asking her about sharp ammunition. That's governed by Standing Order General 262. What particular paragraph of that standing order are you referring to? Otherwise, if you're referring to her note about rubber balls, which doesn't apply to the context of sharp ammunition, it's not a fair question, and Mrs. Semenya is right.
Well, the relevant section of the standing order, Chair, is clause 11.7 of the standing order.
Okokuba le nto athetha ngayo yincwadi eyabhalwa ngugeneral apho bechaza khona ngokusetyenziswa kwe-rubber bullets xa ethi makugqutshulelwe kusetyenziswe ezi kuthiwa zii-rubber balls ukuba kudutshulwe ngaphansi kumzimba ongezantsi. Umbuzo kamhlekazi uBizos uthetha nge-standing order 262 apho kuthethwa khona ngemigaqo ebekiwe emapoliseni ekusetyenzisweni nokukhulu ezibulalayo.
Paraphrasing, I'm inclined to think Mr. Semenya is correct, but I must give you an opportunity to persuade me that view is incorrect.
No.
If you so submit.
No, Mr. Chairman, to confine it to rubber bullets, we submit that reading paragraph 11 of the standing orders in all, before we get to 11.7, the cautions set out in paragraph 11 put defensive measures in place as a priority. We are going to finish up that what applies to rubber bullets is R40 for sharp ammunition.
No, we had that argument last week.
Yes.
And
iyaba khona le ntetho
the what I then put to you was that her notes of her glasses, I called it,
Yes.
of I think it was July 2012,
Yeah.
did they deal with that? It dealt with rubber bullets. That it did not have anything to say about the Standing Order insofar as it related to sharp ammunition.
Yes.
The principle for which you contend on sort of R40 or R basis, if applicable, would apply, I would think, as part of the basic principles of the law of private defence,
Yes.
which are referred to in the paragraph to which Mr. Semenya referred. But those principles then apply not because of anything she said, because she spoke about rubber bullets, but because of the laws of private defence, which are, as it were, incorporated into paragraph 11.7 of the Standing Order. And I think to cross-examine her on her instruction, which dealt with something else, is, in the circumstances, unhelpful. So, but perhaps you can, I'm not stopping you from following the line, I just want you to do it correctly. So, please, reformulate your question and let's proceed.
akunakunqanda umhlekazi ubizos xa ebuza lo mbuzo kodwa ke mangawubuzi uxake kanje ngoba incwadi eyabhalwa ugeneral apho bathetha khona ngale babiza nge-gloss phaya uthetha ngokusetshenziswa kwe-rubber balls xa umhlekazi ubizos uthetha nge-standing order njengoba befunda phaya ku-section 11 kula kuthethwa khona ngamapolisa emsebenzini wabo wokuzikhusela kanye nokukhusela abanye oogxa babo.
Now, ignore your summary that you signed. I am quoting from Standing Order 262, paragraph 11, headed execution. I'm going to read them to you one by one and ask you whether you knew about them or not, whether your generals and your brigadiers and your colonels knew about them, and on your information when you made the praising statements of the police, you knew that all these had been complied with.
Ndizawubuza ke lo mbuzo ngamnye ngamunye ndibuza okokuba i-generals nee-colonels no-brigadier bakho bebayazi yini le mbuzo ngaphambi kokuba
11.2.
uyakwenza intetho 11.2 ithi
If negotiations fail and life or property is in danger, the following procedure must, peremptory, be followed.
ithi ke apha xa sekwenziwe zonke inzame zokokuba kukhusele impahla kohlulekile oko okulandelayo okufanele okokuba kwenziwe iloku iyanyanzelisa umthetho phaya.
Put defensive measures in place as a priority.
Fanele nenze nicacise ukhuseleko okokuba lube eceleni.
Do you know whether the police at approximately 4 o'clock on the afternoon of the 26th, if there was any danger, whether they put themselves...
I think, Mr. Bezos.
Pardon?
16th. Yes, afternoon of the 16th.
Yeah.
August
the 16th.
Chairman, 16.
Police take any defensive measure before deciding that they were in danger and they shot sharp ammunition. Do you know whether they did that?
Ngokwazi kwakho ke ayenza nale nto amapolisa okokuba benze ukhuseleko lube lucilima phaya phambi kokuba badubule.
Yes, according to the report I received.
Ewe nge-report le ndayifunda kwenziwa also.
Warn participants according to the act of the action that will be taken against them should defensive measures fail. Did they do that? Did anybody warn the people?
Bakho ingxelo na bachazelwa aba bantu kokuba isinyathelo esizawuthathwa yintoni esijongiswe kwaba bantu babeqhankqalaza.
No, because there was a disruption.
Akwenzekanga oko ngoba kwaba khona lo kuphazamisa.
Well, we'll will say something about your answers about the disruption and to what extent is it an excuse to ignore the orders.
Sizawuveza ke ingxelo thina sibona ngayo le ndlela xa uthi wena kwabakho ukuphazamiseka.
Second warning, before the commencement of the offensive measures, given innocent bystanders the opportunity to leave the area. Did they do that?
Kuthiwa ke nibanike nethuba lokokuba basuke apho bekhona abo bantu kwenziwa oko.
No, because there was a disruption.
Njengoba ndisitsho nje kwaba khona ukuphazamiseko lale plan.
Plan all offensive actions well and execute them under strict command after approval by the CJOC.
Apha ke kuthiwa kufanele kulandele
Was
iplan
that done?
ngendlela efanele ngaphantsi kwemlayezo ka-CJOC.
The plan was done, the plan was disrupted.
No. Was
Kwenziwa
it
iplan.
done? Was
Yaphazamiseka.
anything like that done on the afternoon of the 16th of August?
Yes, the plan was done, the plan was disrupted.
Ewe njengoba nisitsho iplan yayenziwe yona kodwa yaphazamiseka.
Commissioner, it's not as simple as that. Mr. Bezos has read you a paragraph of the standing order which deals with specific things that had to be done, and he's asking whether they were done. Now, it may be that because you weren't there and you've had to rely on the briefings you received, you don't know whether those things precisely were done, in which case it would save a lot of time if you just say so, because otherwise he's going to keep on hammering on the point and not going to get us anywhere.
Makaphendule umbuzo kaMhlekazi uBizos ngoba uzoloko phinda lento.
The judge, the last sentence says, plan all if offensive actions well, and second part, execute them under strict command. And my answer is in two parts. I have said, when I started, according to the information I received, yes, the plan was done. On the second part, I'm saying no, because I was informed it was disrupted.
Njengoba ndifunda ke le paragraph inengxenye ezimbini apho kuthiwa mayiplanwe kakuhle lento, okwesibini okokuba ifakwe kuthathwe izinyathelo kulandelwe imithetho yale JOC. Impendulo yami ithi yenziwa iplan, le yesibini ayikwazanga yenzeka ngoba kwasekubakho khona ukuphazamiseka.
Paragraph 3, if the use of force is unavoidable, it must meet the following requirements. A,
Ithi xa kungekho indlela engahle isetyenziswe ngaphandle kokuba kusetyenziswe
the purpose of offensive actions are to de-escalate conflict with the minimum force to accomplish the goal, and therefore the success of the actions will be measured by results of the operation in terms of cost, damage to property, injuries to people, and loss of life.
Kuthiwa ke xa kusetyenziswa izigalo makusetyenziswe ngendlela elandelayo ukuze kwehliswe udushe olukhoyo apho izenzo zabo zingabi ke nemphumelelo kokuba yonakalise impahla yandise izindleko nokwenzakala kwabantu nokuthi ungabikho bantu baphulukana nobomi babo.
The question is, before praising them on the 17th and the 20th, did you ask them whether they complied with that order?
Umbuzo ukuthi ngaphambi kokuba ubapraise phaya nge-17 nange-20 wawuke wajonga ukuba isebenzise ngendlela le plan yabo.
Yes, I did.
And what did they say? That they had complied with it fully?
Asho nabo kokuba bayisebenzise ngokugcweleyo.
That their plan was disrupted.
Bandixela ukuba iplan yabo yaphazamiswa.
I think we're going around in circles. I can understand you may want to found argument later on this aspect of the matter.
Yes.
But what this is evidence seems to me to be quite clear. She says, when you ask her about the standing order, she says there was a plan, it was disrupted,
Yes.
and therefore what happened because of the disruption.
Yes.
And I think she's already said, and other people said, it's part of their statement, that they contend that what they did amounted to a reliance on subparagraph 7. They were acting in self-defense and private defense. That's what she says. That's the information she received. Now, I hope you'll forgive me if I say I think we're going around in circles a little bit and repeating what's been covered already. We know that's their case. The question is whether that's correct. I'm not sure, and I say this with great respect to the National Commissioner, that she's able to help us whether the argument in relation to self-defense and private defense can succeed, because she wasn't there. All she knows is what she was told. So, I think some of the questions you're asking are not calculated to elicit answers that will help us to answer the questions that the President has set for us in terms of reference.
I would like to read the orders to her, because we want, when we do argue that this was on expert evidence and on the facts as they are known to us, that there was not a proper consideration as to what should happen or may happen.
She's the right person to ask these questions of. She says the Provincial Commissioner made the decision, had full authority to act. She says there are a lot of other high-ranking people who are, in her eyes, experts in the field. She wasn't informed of the detail. She's the manager and the leader of the service, but she has to rely on her subordinates, who, as she said, are high-ranking officials with experience. Now, if you have a quarrel with what happened, it seems to me it's more appropriate to raise those points that you want to raise with those people who can ask them. She'll simply say, I don't know, I was told things, I accept they're correct, whether they are correct or not, ask them. So we will go round and round and round. And also you'll have the disadvantage of having shown your hand, which isn't always a sensible thing for a cross-examiner to do. So, but please proceed in the light of what I said.
Now, Mr. Chairman, let me try and justify why I am putting this. Our submission will be that there is joint responsibility of the Minister, of the witness, of the generals that approved this plan or allowed it to happen, and I do not want the Commission to have the difficulty when it comes to write its report that you can't ask us that the National Commissioner was liable because it was not put to her. This is the concern that I have.
Put it to the witness, but put it as briefly as you can. So was going on before, and we're going to cover it again, but I understand your point. Yes. In relation to the National Commissioner, you have to put your case to her with sufficient particularity to enable her to answer the submissions that you are going to make.
Because, Mr. Chairman, it's my friend's right to say that they don't apply. The facts don't support him, but that will be a matter of argument.
General emhlalelo kokuba aba babenza lo msebenzi phaya banikezwe onke amandla namagunya okokuba bathathe ezigxelo into ekwazi ukusixelela yona okokuba kwenziwa le planning
to the chairman's request, not read all the orders to you, but let me deal with 4. The following are prohibited or restricted during crowd management operations. A, the use of 37mm stoppers, prohibited. The use of firearms and sharp ammunition, including birdshot and buckshot, prohibited. The use of rubber bullets, shotgun batons may only be used to disperse a crowd in extreme circumstances if less forceful methods prove to be ineffective, restricted. Now, have you any further comment other than your usual in relation whether that was done on the 16th of August or not?
Ubamfundela apha ke apho kuthiwa khona imbumbulu ezithize mazingasetshenziswa ngaphandle kokuthi kukho imeko ethize emaqongo gqithi unayo na impendulo angathi ayinikeze ngaphandle kwezo sezinikezile.
Advocate, you talk about my usual. I've answered a lot of questions. I don't know which one is the usual.
Awuthetha
I think that was a
eqhelekileyo
sarcastic comment, which is not worthy of you. You put the question, let's get the witness's answer. If it's in accordance with what she said earlier, so be it. If it isn't, well, we'll see.
umgcini sihlalo uthanda Bezos makayeke ukwenza ingxelo ezinjengezo abuze imibuzo ezokwazi ukuphendula yelinqe.
Whether your argument is your argument is your answer is a reasonable answer, just give us the answer, and if it's in line with what you said earlier, so be it. If it isn't,
Ingamphazamisi ugeneral lento ingxelo ezivela phaya kumhlekazi uBezos aphinde nje imibuzo ngokubona kwakhe.
Yeah, it did confuse me and it made me not to concentrate on the question. Can I ask for the question again?
Iyaphazamisa nyhani andivanga ke nombuzo
Mr. Bezos.
Thank you. The violence that took place between the police and demonstrators, the demonstrators, or part of them, and the destroying of property of at or near trade unions. All this happened away from the copy, didn't it? So the deaths and damage to property prior to the 16th did not take place at the copy.
akuzange kubekho kumonakaliso wempahla phaya ngoba le nto yenzeka phaya ekopini kude nasekuhlaleni phambi komhla ka-16.
Yes.
In fact, the 14th and the 15th were violence-free.
The 14th is violent. 12 died on the 14th.
14th,
The Tuesday on the 14th was the day Mr. Twala died.
there was one,
Yeah, it is violent. He died through violence.
Chairperson yamcela uba
He
khona
died
abantu
through as a result
abaswelakala
of
ngenxa.
violence, Mr. Twala. So you can say the 15th was violence-free,
15th.
but the 14th isn't correct.
yes.
Awuthi
On the
nge-14
15th, there was no violence.
nge-15 kwakungekho udushe lalukhona.
Sorry to interrupt, Chairperson. This point did arise before, and I think the ruling that the chair made was on the basis that we can only accept that the body of Mr. Twala was found on the 14th. When he died, we don't know.
Mhlekazi uMpofu uveza isigqibo esathathwa ukuba umzimba wakwamfi wafunyanwa nge-14 ukuba usweleke nini phi singazi.
It was found on the Tuesday, and it hadn't been there earlier. I mean, it seems pretty clear from what we've been told that it was noticed at that point in the middle of the afternoon from the helicopter. If it had been there earlier, it would have been noticed earlier. So I think we can assume the body was found there. And I don't mind getting the ruling you say, but I won't quarrel with you. But it's not out there that he could have been killed the day before. But I don't think the point Mr. Bezos wants to make depends on that. So we'll raise his question, and we won't have to get into those waters at all.
In order to avoid that, I will confirm myself there was no violence on the 15th.
Umbuzo wakhe uthi ke nge-15 kwakungekho ziqholoqholo akho ziqholoqholo ezenzeka nge-15.
Yes, according to the report I received.
Nge-report endayifumana kunjalo.
There was no violence in the morning of the 16th.
Na nge-16 kusasa kwakungekho dushe lwalukhona.
Yes.
Ewe.
Correct?
Yes.
Now, the gathering at the place where 34 people were killed and 84 people were seriously wounded is an isolated place on which the gathering took place.
Le ndawo apho kwakuhlangenwe khona phaya yindawo esekudeni le nasekuhlaleni apho kwasweleka khona abantu abangu-34 konzakala abangu-84.
Yes, I don't know what you mean by isolated.
Umhlekazi uchairperson uthetha ngalento echazwa ngumhlekazi ubizwa ukuthi isolated indawo.
So perhaps you should define more precisely what you mean by isolated.
Well, let me say what it is not, as far as gatherings are concerned. It is not a gathering in an urban area
Yayingekho apho kuhlala khona
where the gathering blocks traffic
apho kwakuvalwe khona izitrato itraffic kuvalwe itraffic
and the road has got to be cleared.
apho kwakudingeka okokuba kususwe abantu ezindleleni.
There is no immovable property
Kungekho mpahla yayingabiwa phayo abakwazi ukuba bazithathele.
around with shops
Kungekho shops apho
where people cannot move freely.
kungakho endaweni apho kwakunabantu ababehamba khona babezawuvinjwa zezi zihlwele.
It was not
Unqanda zezi zihlwele.
a place where, as it happens at some gatherings, in the urban area, shops are looted.
Njengoba kuye kwenzeke kwezinye izindawo ekuhlaleni apho kuye kuthathwe khona impahla kubiwe impahla ezitolo. Kwakungasindawo enjengaleyo.
People were gathered on a hillside.
Apha abantu babehlangene phaya entabeni
They were singing.
becula.
Some of them were armed.
Abanye babo bephethe izixhobo behlomile.
On the later version of the police story, there were many who were not armed.
Njengoba sivile ke kwingxelevele kumapolisa emva kwexesha abaninzi bebangaxhomanga.
Do you agree with all that?
Uyavumelana yonke le nto endiyithethayo?
I would agree with the fact that there were many people on the copy.
Uyavumelana ukuba baninzi abantu basentabeni
They were armed.
behlomile.
Some of them were armed.
Abanye
But I say they were all armed, like one or two of your juniors.
njengoba kuthethe abanye amapolisa akho amancinci athi bebehlome bonke nawe usho njalo.
They had been meeting in that copy over a number of days,
Bekuzinsuku nje ezininzi belokhu behlangana phaya kule ntaba.
and they were gathering illegally.
Behlangana apho ngokuxhasene nomthetho kungekho
They were
semthethweni.
gathering illegally.
Yes.
Babehlangana phaya ngokuxhasene nomthetho.
We'll come to the illegality of it. but
Sizawuza
let us-
apho emva kwexesha.
What was so urgent on the 16th to decide on D-Day that it would be D-Day?
Into ndenza kokuba kubekho ukungxama
Why couldn't they
okungaka
wait for another day,
kuze
or
kwenziwe
2 or 3,
kuba imini yokugqibela ngalo
to give negotiations a chance?
kungenziwanga kokuba makunikwe ithuba iintsuku ezimbini noma ezinye ezintathu kokuba kuthethisane naba bantu.
On the 16th, according to the report I received, there was an agreement
Ngeliphathi ndiyifumene nge-16 kwakukho isivumelwano esasithi
that there shall be a handing in of the weapons by those who were gathering.
izixhobo ziyawunikezelwa ngabo babehlangene phaya nge-16.
To tell you that that's not the evidence we have so far. The evidence so far indicates that Mr. Mututwa said certain things to the police, which gave rise to that belief. It doesn't seem to be backed up by the evidence. was in fact such an agreement on the part of the people on the copy that they would put down their weapons. I think Mr. Matuka thought he could persuade them to do so, but I don't know that the evidence goes any further than that, but I think it's true that the police concerned with the job believed that there had been such a commitment, which is obviously what you were told. But it may well be, put this way, it may well be that at the end of the commission, we may not be able to find that there was such an agreement. There was perhaps something approximating to a misunderstanding, but I think the information was that there was an agreement, and your understanding, I take it, is influenced by that. Is that fair?
Yes, Judge, that's my understanding. I'm sure the other people like General Mbumbo and the commanders will talk to that.
Bazakuyiveza njengoba ngiyibona noGeneral Mbombo nezinye icommanders okokuba bakho isivumelano sokuba kuyawubekwa izixhobo phansi emva kokuba umgcini sihlale echaza okokuba leyo kwamncelo kaMhlekazi uMathunja ukuba uyabacenga phaya kodwa kakuphathe okokuba kubakho isivumelano phakathi kwakhe nabaqhankqalazi.
A bishop came who tried to intervene and promised to negotiate between the employer and the protesters.
Kwabakho ibishop eyenza ungenelelo kule nto ke yazama nayo okokuba ibe ngumxhumanisi phakathi kwabaqhankqalazi nomqeshi.
Why was not Bishop Seoka given an opportunity to negotiate, and why was the door closed to him?
Yintoni ke yenza okokuba angavunyelwanga uBishop Seoka?
Can the witness be expected to answer that question? That's clearly a matter that should be asked of some of the other witnesses.
Yes.
Anything she'll say on the matter, if she knows what she thinks is the answer, will in any event be hearsay. So,
uthi kumhlekazi uBizo Sinyama
I think you could consist of that. But anyway, I wanted to say you can, but I've expressed my prima facie view.
uzawukwazi ukuphendula ngabanye not elingqina lowo mbuzo.
Well, I will accept the chairman's advice. What I want to ask you is this. Before making your exculpatory statements of the 17th and the 20th, did you ask, why could these demonstrators not have been monitored and contained as opposed to being confronted on the 16th?
Xa wenza laa ngxelo nge-17 nange-20 awuzange uzibuze umbuzo ukuba yintoni bangakwazanga ukuthi aba bantu balawulwe ngendlela ifanele phambi kokuba kwenzeke esehlakalo somhla ka-16.
My understanding of the facts that were given to me was that the process of containing the protesters continued until the plan to contain them was disrupted.
Indlela engayiva ngayo le ntetho kokuba babelawula aba bantu sekuzintsukwana nje iqhubeka le nto kude kufike apho kwaba khona okukuphazamisa kwale ndlela yolawulo yayikhona.
Did you ask them, why did you stop the negotiations on the 16th? Who did you ask? And what was his or her answer to you as the responsible national commissioner?
Njengo-National Commissioner wabuza na umbuzo kokuba yintoni kwayekwa into yokokuba kuthethiswane naba bantu nge-16. Yintoni kungaqhutyekwanga?
I'm sure the other people that will testify here will talk about even discussions they had on the morning of the 16th, cell phone contacts and communication, even on the morning of the 16th.
Kukhona ingxina azawubizwa apha azawuyiveza yonke le nto ukuba kwakukhona uthethathethiswano phakathi kwabo naba bantu kude kube ngomhla ka-16 kusasa netelefoni i-cellphone ezaba khona bazawuthetha ngazo zonke ezo zinto.
At what stage of your evidence, Commissioner, you told us that you were involved on the matters relating to this, to these events? Did you use that expression? You were involved?
Uyawaveza apha kubungqina bakho commission okokuba nawe bakho inxaxheba owayithatha kuyo yonke lento wawukhona apho xa kwenzeka ezinye zezi zinto.
In order to understand maybe the question is just too broad. When you say I was involved and I
said that you were involved, if I remember correctly.
In what?
Xa ndithi
That was.
xa ndenza ntoni?
I don't know, you're asking the question. I just
But you said that you were involved at one stage of these proceedings.
Kukho ixesha apho wathatha khona inxaxheba kule operation yonke.
Be fair to say, did you say that you were involved to some extent at in the course of your evidence? And then if the answer to that is yes, then the next question is, to what extent were you involved? But I see it's 11:15. Would you like to think about that, and we can resume the discussion after the tea adjournment? Unless you want to answer it now.
no, answer that when after having a hot cup of tea.
Ndizawucela uphendule lo mbuzo. Sisithathe ixesha latya ngoku.
We should drop all of these because she's already on evidence saying that she knew that the matter was going to happen.
So nje kumnandi wena sisebenza kabuthati. Sisebenza kabuthati. Ayithi abona mama makakhipha amafoni nayo ukakhipha amafoni nje nombalo useduze athatha amafoni. So uchane wawathatha amafoni. Umahlangeza ngena ngaphakathi. So mase sisiphuma uyabuza command uthatha amafoni. Uchane na. So command usekhipha isandla ke ngicathu uyafuna ukubamba amafoni. Kwazi ukuthi uchane uyibhekelele ejona la. Manje uchane usekuyakubona. Hey umuntu sabohla leli phone. Hey uthi ngisiya ethe babakazi.
Attorney also Commission.
Commission resumes. I see that someone is busy doing the tea adjournment because we've now all got a piece of paper on our desk that headed investigation into possible tampering with a crime scene shooting incident at London Mine, Marikana, 16 August 2012. This is the statement that I take it was promised we would get. Do you want it to be given an exhibit number, Mr. Bezos? Or you were going to deal with it in your cross-examination? No, I understand that. But shall we give it an exhibit number while we're dealing with it?
It should be given.
Ms. Perry, with her customary efficiency, will tell us what the next exhibit number is.
It's triple F23.
Triple F23.
As a statement,
possible tampering
triple F23.
And it's dated. It's dated the 18th of March.
Sibhalwe idate yomhla 18 kuMarch.
Well, we'll deal with it at the appropriate time, but it's now properly before us. You're still on the oath, the National Commissioner. The question we were busy with was, you had said you were involved, I think you said you were involved to some extent in what happened. And the question was, A, did you say that? And if so, what was the extent of your involvement? And you said you'd like to think about the answer to the question over a cup of tea. Are you now able to answer it?
Yes.
Uthi Commissioner uzakuphendula ngokulo mbuzo njengoba beshilo kokuba emva kweti.
Yes, I was to some extent involved, and as I've already indicated to this commission, in my role as a strategic leader of the police.
Ndithe mna inxaxheba phela endandinayo ukuthi ndim ndandikhokhela kuyo yonke lento yenzeka apho le operation.
Put to you that your reliance on the statement that the crowd disrupted the plan. Remember that? You've said on a number of occasions the crowd disrupted the plan. What did the crowd do before the use of any force to disrupt the plan?
Uthi intwana yenziwa zisihlwele ezingaphambi kokuphazamisa bayiphazamisa kanjani ngaphambi kokuba iplan le isetshenziswe.
I think it is important to say that type of disruption would, in intricate and detailed terms, be explained by the commanders that are going to come here. How they they'll talk about how they pulled the fence. They'll talk about where it was disrupted for the first time. They will talk about where it was disrupted for the second time. And I'm sure lots and lots of details that are intricate and intense will come out of that.
Abantu abanokuyichaza lento ngendlela egcwele okokuba kwaphazamiseka kanjani okokuqala xa besala ifence okwesibini njalo njalo yonke imidanti iyawuvela ngeekomanda ezi zizawubizwa.
You chose to defend your position by answering numerous questions. The crowd disrupted the plan.
Andithi vele ngawo into yokuba izihlwele zizo ezaphazamisa iplan.
You are very correct.
Ewe right up.
You are very correct.
I'm correct. I am going to put to you, on the authority of experts that are going to give evidence here, that it was not the crowd that disrupted any plan there may have been. It was the police that disrupted the crowd.
And
its behavior. Let me give you the details.
Ukuziphatha kwawo kuzawuba bubungqina baba bantu ndizawubabiza
The
njenge
expert will say that an excessive show of force is disruptive to peaceful crowds.
ingqali ezi zizawuveza apha okokuba ukhombisa kwamandla ngokugqithisileyo kwamapolisa okokuba maninzi apho kuba
Are you in a position
nokuphazamisa
to agree or disagree or say you don't know?
inzolo abantu ababanayo uvumelana nale ntetho ikane nayo.
I would say to you that I would disagree. With my knowledge, I would say visible policing should be a deterrent.
Andivumelani nawe apho kubonakala khona amapolisa amaninzi kuvamisa ukuthi kube nokuzisa
Because you said your expert will say that.
Yes.
Can you tell us who the expert is who will say that?
Yes, Mr. Hendricks sitting behind me.
uhlela apha emva kwami lo ndithetha ngayo umhlekazi uHendricks uye lo zawuveza le ntetho.
Among others. Because there are other experts being called by other people.
You've answered my question.
Thank you.
Uphendulile umbuzo mhlekazi Bizo.
Now, if that is said, what experience have you got to say that Mr. Hendricks will be wrong if he says that?
Xa isitsho kanjalo uHendricks uthi wena uvumelani naye ngantoni ngesiphi isizathu.
You've asked me for my opinion. I've given you my opinion to say where I see many police. I think visible policing, in my opinion, is a deterrent.
Yes.
I am not debating the expert. I haven't seen his report. I haven't heard him.
Yes.
Andiphikisani nengqali yakho ndithi nje mna ukuba khona kwamapolisa amaninzi ebonakala phakathi kwezihlwele
The other that
nokuzisa ukuba
the
kuzole.
expert will say is provocative acts like the use of force or the threat of a force or what happened here, putting out razor wire between the crowd and the police and their vehicles.
Uthi nento eyenzeka apha ukufakwa kolucingo phakathi kwamapolisa nezihlwele ezi yinto
And
engafanelanga
it
uba yenziwe.
apparently was be considered a highly provocative act by the police. Why are they doing this? I beg your pardon, by the crowd. Why are they doing this to us? What are they going to do to us?
Uthi awuyiboni loo nto okokuba
Are you
izihlwele
prepared
ezi
to contradict Mr. Hendricks when he says that to the commission?
uHendricks uzoyibeka ngolo hlobo ke apha kwiCommission kokuba izihlwele ezi ziye zicinga uba kwenzeka ntoni phaya bafuna ukwenzani intoni bafaka ucingo ukuba leyo nto iyona ezisa izixholoxholo.
I just finished, particularly without any warning or explanation.
Uthi kakhulu ke xa kungabanga kho ngxelo inkcazelo yokokuba kwenziwa ntoni.
No, I want to do some more.
I shall again give you my personal interpretation. Why there is a peaceful gathering
Apho kukho inhlangano nocwangco
and people are meeting to discuss issues peacefully,
apho abantu bedibene khona kuzobakho uthethiswano ngaphandle kokuba kubekho udushe.
based on some of the statistics I've already shared, that in 3 years we have managed 33,000 similar protests.
Njengoba sendichazile okokuba kwiminyaka emithathu egqithileyo sinaba
30,000 of which were peaceful.
nezehlakalo ezinjengezi ezingaba u-30,000 yazo bekunothula noxolo.
I would therefore conclude that there would be trust to say The police are here to support us to continue with our peaceful protest.
apho ke baye babe nethemba lokuba amapolisa akhona apha kuzojonga ukuba kube khona ucwangco kwinhlangano yethu.
But where there is probably something else, the outcome would be different.
Xa kukhona ezinye ke izinto imiphumela izokohluka.
You yourself said that this was as an exceptional event, and I don't know whether what may have happened in thousands of other gatherings is of any help to the Commission. The question is, do you agree or not that where you have 3,000 to 3,500 people, some of whom may be armed, many of whom are not armed, or even according to Mr. Semenya, being surrounded by razor wire, would that not be a provocative act to peace-loving people that wanted a higher wage?
Mr. Bezos, Mr. Semenya wants to say something before
Yes,
witness
please.
answers the question.
Yeah, there's no evidence of a razor wire surrounding the crowd protest.
Isn't it they were surrounded? They could have gone away from the area if they'd gone in a southerly direction. As we can see from the photographs which are in Exhibit L, there was a sort of a line of wire between the strikers and the Kopi on the one hand, and the police and the informal settlement on the other. But they weren't surrounded.
Yes.
So I think you'll have to rephrase it.
I'll withdraw the word surrounding. Laying out razor wire without an explanation may be a provocative act. Do you agree with that?
Uyawurhoqisa umbuzo wakhe wokokuba aba bantu bebarhanqwa ngolucingo. Uthi ke ngoku kufakwa olucingo phakathi kwabacankcalazi namapolisa ngaphandle kwenkcazelo kwaba into eyabanga eziziphologqo.
No, I do not agree with that.
Andivumelani nawe.
Very well. Now, the use of water cannon
Isetyenziswa kwe-water
without
cannon
any warning,
ngaphandle kwenkcazelo
without any explanation,
kungekho nto abaxelele yona.
would that be a provocative act?
Awubone kusisenzo eso besingafanelanga esinokuba sabathukuthelisa aba bantu.
I would again say, should the disruption not have taken place and in accordance to the plan, that announcement would have been made.
Xa kungazange kube khona okuphazamiswa leyo nkcazelo ibizawuvezwa.
We're dealing with the facts that are before us. There was no warning. No one has suggested, even in their statements, that there was any explanation or any warning to the crowd that water cannon would be used.
Akukho nkcazelo noma
For what
sexwayiso
purpose it would be used.
esakhutshwa apho kokuba kuzawusetyenziswa ii-water cannons ngoku.
Let's deal with the facts of this case.
Masijongane nento eyenzeka kule nto sithetha ngayo.
My interpretation of the facts is that should there have not been a disruption, that communication would have taken place.
Ichaza ngolo hlobo le nto kokuba kube kuzange kubekho olu phazamiso leyo ngxelo ibezokwenziwa.
Do you think you answered the question?
Ubuza okokuba impendulo yakho kulo mbuzo.
To the best of my ability, yes.
Let's go
Yeah,
to the
impendulo.
next one. The use of tear gas at a crowd, true that some of them may have been armed, but the vast majority, or many others, were not armed. Would that be a provocative act?
Setshenziswa kwe-tear gas kwaba bantu abanye babehlomile kodwa ubuninzi bungahlomanga akuyona into eyabanga intukuthelo.
No, it would not be a provocative act.
Not
Akuyona into enjalo.
even though no warning was given or nothing was explained.
Noma kunganikezanga kungakhutshwanga nkcazelo ukuba yenzela ntoni loo nto.
On that matter, I go back to what I've said to say, had there been no disruption, there would have been loud hailers talking to the protesters, explaining to them precisely what is going to take place.
Ndizawuphinda ke ndiyinikeze impendulo esendiyinikezele ukuba ukuba azange kubukho khona oluphazamiso zizihlwele bekuzawusetyenziswa ii-loudspeaker, ii-loud hailer, baxelelwe aba bantu okokuba kwenzeka ntoni ngoku.
Stun grenades were used.
Zasetyenziswa
Without any warning,
kungekho
without any explanation.
bangaxelelwanga nto.
Would that be a provocative act?
No.
Sisenzo eso esithukutheliswa abantu hayi.
Well, I am going to put to you that your blind denials as to whether these were provocative acts or not is going to be contradicted by certainly Mr. Hendricks and other experts on the management of crowds.
Lento yokuba ukhanyele lento ndixelela yona izawubhekiswa ke zingcali ezizawubizwa o-Hendricks nabanye abazawuthetha ngolawulo lwezihlelo.
Mr. Chairman, I am informed that the clip that we wanted to show is now available, if we may do that.
You started on the slide of cross-examination and then you stopped it because the clip couldn't be shown then. Now it can be shown.
No, it's
you can go back to that part of your cross-examination procedure.
It's may I just clarify that apparently it's the same clip as XAAA 13, but the portion that we want to play was, I am informed, was not played to the commission.
If we haven't had it before, we have to give it an exhibit number. Yes. And the next exhibit number, Ms. Pillay is shaking her head. The next exhibit number would be FFF24, if this is in fact new material that we've not actually seen before. If we have seen it before, of course, we just mention the previous description of the exhibit. Can you help us, Ms. Pillay?
That is so. I understood that the clip that Mr. Bezos wanted to play was part of AAA 13G. But if not, then it would be FFF24.
Let's see it first, and then we can have consensus around it, but it's a separate exhibit number, or whether AAA 13 will cover it.
Lomfanekiso ozovela apha uthi uMsipile uke wavezwa kapho AAA 13 xa kungomnye ke uzonikwa enye inamba.
There's no sound, and I'm sorry if I turn my back. I can see better on the screen.
They leave that illegal area where they are, and that is what we will do.
May I suggest two things? When we do something to stop that irritating noise that we hear, and secondly, that we go back to the beginning so we hear everything that the Lieutenant General, the Provincial Commissioner, is saying.
Make siphinde umva sive ekuqaleni ukuba uthini.
They leave that illegal gathering area where they are, and what we will do today. And I said to you, we wish that we will do that still amicable, meaning we will ask them to leave. But then, I don't want to explain to you if they don't, what then. What I told you is, today, we are ending this matter.
Sizawuzama ukwenza yonke into ngendlela efanelekile. Sizame ukuthi kubekho ucwango, kodwa ke into endiza kuyisho kokuba namhla siza kuyigqiba lento noma kanjani.
Pillay can tell us, is that what we saw before?
Chair, my understanding is that that portion is covered by AAA 13.
Well, let's by AAA 30. It's a very small, short passage. He says, hope we can deal with the matter, sort the matter out amicably. If we can't, then I'm not going to give you details, but this matter's got to end today. I think that's basically what he said. Mr. Bezos, I don't think your microphone's on.
Sorry. To be quite direct, what secret was there that the Commissioner was not prepared to disclose? What did she not want to tell the audience?
Witness, tell us, isn't it the question you must ask her when she gives evidence? She will, I understand, be giving evidence. Is that correct, Mr. Minister? The real question should be, does this witness know what the secret was, as you put it, which the Provincial Commissioner wasn't prepared to mention? And if she says she doesn't know, well, that's the end of it. If she says she does know, you can then ask her what it was.
Are you aware what was being held back?
I don't know. I'm sure General Mbombo will answer to that.
I am assuming that there were no secrets between the Provincial Commissioner and you.
I think in a manner that we run our business.
It was none of your business.
No.
She said in the manner in which she's going to continue her answer. She was saying, I think in the manner in which we run our business. And then you interrupted her. I don't think she was suggesting that it was none of anyone's business.
Yeah.
Advocate, let me just say, perhaps we may be not on the same side, but I do conduct myself with a lot of professionality.
What do you mean by that? Sorry, Mr. Interpreter.
I would never say to you it's none of my business.
Never say to you.
I think she means what she's saying to you, Mr. Bezos, is she behaves in a professional manner. She would never say to you, when you ask her a question, it's none of your business. That's not the way she does things. And she didn't say that, and she said she never would have said it. That's what she's telling you. So let's move on to something else.
I was saying in the manner in which we run our business. I truly believe that General Mbombo, in the statements that she made, she was mindful of the protocols, the prescripts, the governance of how we run things, and therefore when she answers, she'll be answering within that framework. She can never run this organization like her personal business.
Do you intend to say that there are some things that may have been said between you and the Commissioner in relation to this matter you're not prepared to talk about? Are you saying that, or I'm misinterpreting you?
No, I'm not saying that.
Will you agree that you were given information at 1:30 in the afternoon that the tactical phase would be put into operation on that day?
I'm not aware of that information and by who.
Andiyazi ke le nto uthetha ngayo ukuba yayivela nakubani.
Do you deny that that information was passed to you at 1:30?
Uyayikhanyela into yokuba wanikezwa le ngxelo yavezwa kuwe ngo-1:30.
Or later, perhaps, the time is not so important.
Mhlawumbeni emva kwelo xesha.
Are you denying that you were informed that the tactical phase was going to be enforced that afternoon?
Uyayikhanyela into ethe ukuba yavezwa kokuba lo afternoon ngalowo mini emva kwedina kuzawuthathwa amanyathelo lawa aqatha.
I have no recollection of that. Because my statement doesn't even refer to that.
Ngoba nakwi-statement sami ingxelo yam ayikho loo nto.
Mr. Bezos is referring you to, if I'm wrong, he'll correct me. I think he's referring you to paragraph 23 of your statement, where you say that on the afternoon of August the 16th, you received a call from Lieutenant General Mbombo, who informed you of the decision to implement Stage 3 of the plan, which information I think you relayed to the Minister. But in other words, you were informed at some stage in the afternoon before the plan was implemented, or Stage 3 of the plan was implemented, informing you that that decision had been taken. I think that's what Mr. Bezos is asking you about. Let's take it step by step.
23.
The call to which you sorry, Mr. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
The telephone call to which you refer in paragraph 23 of your statement.
Okay.
What time did you receive that call?
Judge, I wouldn't recall, but it was in the afternoon, and that's when I was informed that the 9 o'clock promise did not happen, of laying down the arms.
Because you had previously said that you were told, I think the previous night, that there was this promise that Mr. Matunju had made,
Yes.
and that if the promise wasn't kept, undertaking wasn't complied with, then the police, you used the words, the police would have to disperse the crowd.
Yes.
So that's what you knew the previous night. Now you were told that the promise hadn't been kept,
Yes.
and therefore the next stage of the rocket was going to come into operation. Namely, the decision had been taken to implement Stage 3 of the plan. That's the position, is it?
Yes, that is like that.
That's where you are in your cross-examination, Mr. Bezos, is that right?
Yes.
Ibeka ngolo hlobo kokuba wayexelele uMathunju ukuba kuzawubakho ukubekwa phantsi kwezikhali ngo-9 xa kuthiwa ezixhobo azibekwanga ngelo xesha ke waxelela okokuba esi sinyathelo sokuba bahlukanise sizawuthathwa.
I want to refer you to paragraph 23 of your statement.
Ndizapha ku-paragraph sahluko 23 se-statement sakho.
Yes. Does that confirm what you have told the chairman of the commission? That on the afternoon of August the 16th, 2012, I received a call from Lieutenant General Mbombo, who informed me of the decision to implement Stage 3 of the plan, which information are relayed to the minister.
We have been past this point before, Chair. We have been past this point before that the statement
But
has
Mr.
been
Bezos is going back to as a sort of
No, but
launching pad from which to move on to his next point. So,
No, he's reading the wrong statement.
well, I think I read the wrong statement too. Give him the right statement so he can read that, and then we can proceed.
Ingxelo ayifunda phaya umhlekazi uBezos okokuba ugeneral wathi emva kokuba afumane le ntetho ivela kuGeneral Mbombo okokuba kuzawuthatha igxathu elilesithathu wayigqithisela kuminister. Siye sathetha ngayo ekugqibeleni ukuba ayikho kwi-statement zakhe.
In the corrected statement,
esirayithi
you do not mention the minister. What I want to know from you is, did you communicate with the minister what you had been told by the Commissioner.
Into endiyibuzayo ke yileyo kokuba wamxelela na uminister kokuba uGeneral Mbombo le ntetho ayigqithisele kuwo ukuba kuyakwenzeka ntoni.
No, I did not.
Andizange.
Why not?
Into yona ungayigqithisanga.
The responsibility, of presenting, of implementing a dispersal and operation plan, as I've said, is within the remit and responsibility of the Provincial Commissioner. It is operational. It was not necessary for us to say to the Minister, now we are encircling, we are disarming, and we are dispersing the crowd. It is not the type of report I give to the Minister.
Akuyonhlobo yereport endiyigqithela kuminister leyo ukuba senzani ngoku senzani oku ngoku senza ngoku sohlukanisa aba bantu yonke le nto ngoba isamagxeni ethu namandla okuba siyenze thina ngokwethu.
Form of your statement, you said that you did inform the Minister. Was that a mistake?
Kwakwenzeke impazamo phaya kwistatement sakho sokuqala xa usithi wayigqithisela kuminister leyo ntetho.
The earlier form of my statement is the one you are reading.
Seso statement ofunda kuso ngoku endasenza kuqala.
The form of statement contains, the later form of your statement contains that section that he read, that you relayed this information to the Minister. And I think what Mr. Bezos wants to know is where did that information come from? How did those words find their way into the later version of your statement, which you've now repudiated, as it were? How did that mistake come about?
Ubuza-ke umhlekazi ubizwa ukuba la magama angena kanjani kwesi statement sakho.
Judge, what I can say is that I submitted a statement on the 3rd, and I was told that there was a page I didn't sign.
Ngafaka istatement kwandaxela ukuba kukho ipage ethize endingasayinanga.
When it came back, we started seeing those things. But my statement that I circulated to this commission, that's what I said to the commission.
So what you were saying, if I may be so bold as to summarize what you're saying is you don't know yourself how that mistake occurred. You weren't aware of it until later, I take it, and then you corrected it and drew the correct position to our attention. That's what you're saying.
Precisely because I was signing because I was told there was a page I didn't sign, there were words that shifted, but the statement that I gave to the commission, as you can see, is signed the 7th. That's my statement to this commission.
Esami statement sisayine idate yomhla ka7. Kwathiwa xa kuthiwa kukho ipage engayisananga xa ndiyifunda le nto ndafumana uba kuvele le ngxelo engavelanga kum.
You know that we have the minutes of the meeting of that day. And let me read the second last paragraph of the meeting. The Provincial Commissioner indicated that she had already communicated with the National Commissioner, informing her of the current situation and that the deadlock was reached with negotiations, and also that phase 3 of the operational plan will be executed. She also indicated that the National Commissioner indicated that she will inform the Minister of Police on the current situation and actions that will be taken. Is that minute a correct minute?
The minutes zangalawo mini.
You didn't give us the, is that an exhibit?
Akaveza
Beg your
ukuba
pardon. I
we take
understand you're quoting
evidence
from the police hard drive. Are those minutes already before us as an exhibit?
I'll have to check that.
It's exhibit EE.
exhibit EE.
Oh, it's a new series.
Now, just for the benefit of my notes, it's a long time ago that we saw
It's
that exhibit.
EE.
It's
What
EE.
number?
It's the minutes of what meeting?
It's the JOCOM minute of the 16th of August at 1:30.
Kuthiwa the minutes JOC ngomhla ka16
Has it
for
got an
August.
EE number after it? It's the only. So it's EE of the meeting. It's to be found at page 696, I am informed of the record.
National Commission, a long time ago in this commission, a document was handed in as Exhibit EE, and it's the minutes of the meeting of the TOCOM held at Marikana on the 16th at 1:30. And the passage that Mr. Bezos read you it appears in those minutes, where the provincial commissioner said what he read to you. If you would like him to read it to you again, so you can focus on it, then I'm sure he'd be happy to do so.
Le nto ethetha ngomhlekazi uBizos yavela apha kwi-commission njenge-exhibit E, i-meeting eyayibanjwe ngo-1:30 phaya kwi-JOCCOM apho kwakuthetha khona u-provincial commissioner eveza le ngxelo okokuba kuye kwenzeka ntoni nokuthi u-national commission uza kuyigqithisesa phambili.
Haven't got a copy. I see Mr. Wesley is bringing you the evidence leader's copy. Perhaps you'd like to draw her attention, Mr. Bezos, to the paragraph on the page so she can read it for herself.
Yes.
Sithi ke umhlekazi uBizos sinike paragraph.
What's the paragraph number?
It's the second last. I don't think that the paragraphs are.
It's the penultimate paragraph on the first page.
Penultimate paragraph.
I haven't got it in front of me either. But
Page.
Chair, it's on the last page of the document. The
penultimate paragraph of the last
The
page
last
of the
page
document.
of the document.
Apha ngasekugqibeleni kule minutes.
I've seen it.
Ndiyayibona.
Do you agree that this contemporaneous minute signed by Major General Annandale seems to contradict your evidence that you did not inform, you were not informed, and you did not inform the minister?
Uyayibona le nto ethethethwa apha isayine uGeneral Annandale okokuba ayihambelani nentetho oye wayibeka apha kwi-commission ukuba uxelelwe
She's a misunderstanding. She doesn't say she wasn't informed. What she says is she didn't relay that information to the minister. And the point you're making, if correctly put, is that part is contradicted by the minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
phela kwentetho engaveli apha kwi-commission ukuba wayigqithisela kuminister loo ntetho kodwa ukuba akaxelelwanga ngale nto.
You agree that that is a contradiction of what you have said?
It is not a contradiction. It is a fact that I did not relay this matter to the minister. And I have said to you that it is not necessary for me or even General Mbombo or any other person to say to the minister, now we're going to encircle this arrest and disperse the crowd. It is not the nature of information that I give to the minister, and I did not give that to the minister.
Akukho mpikiswano apha. Ingxelo yenzeka yona kodwa ke andizange ndiyigqithisele kuminister kumphathiswa ngoba kungekho sizathu sokuba ndigqithise intetho enjengale ukuba senza ntoni.
Bobo, that you were going to tell the minister.
Awuzange umxelele uCommissioner Mbombo ukuba uzoxela uminister.
I did not tell the minister this issue. And I don't even recall saying to General Mbombo that I would tell the minister.
Andikhumbuli
That
ndimxelele
we
uGeneral
will
Mbombo.
encircle and disperse, because really it is not the type of information I give to the minister.
Into yenza ukuba ndingakhumbuli okokuba akukho sizathu sokuba ndiyigqithisele kuminister intetho enjengaleyo. Inyaniso okokuba ke andizange ndiyigqithise.
I want to put to you what you said
ndandikubeka kuyintetho yakhe wayiveza apha ku-advocate uMadlanga.
You said words to the effect
Amazwi athi
that you were reporting to the minister continuously and using of a multiplicity of platforms.
wathi kuye wawuripota njalo njalo kuminister kukhona izindlela ezithize ezinye wawugqithisa ngazo ingxelo.
This was a vital decision, wasn't it, to put phase 3 into operation?
Andithi esuka kusigqibo sasibaluleke ngqitha apha kuzawuthathwa khona izinyathelo ezi zecathu lesithathu.
Your position as National Commissioner was not merely to be a rubber stamp,
Umsebenzi wakho ke njenge-National Commissioner
to make important decisions in relation to the conduct of the police.
akungesiyi ukuthi uvumelana nayo yonke into, kwakunguwe kufanele uthathe izigqibo ezibalulekile kumsebenzi wesipolisa.
Similarly, the law says clearly that the minister has the power and the duty to head the police. Do you agree?
Muthi
It says that, Mr. Bezos. I'm not challenging the statement, but I don't remember such a statute. But if there is statutory provision, if there is one, I think in fairness to
Ministerial uthi makayicacise.
It's 2072 of the Constitution.
what does it say?
Where's my copy? We have notes. Inter alia, that you control and manage the police service in accordance with the directions of the cabinet member responsible for policing.
I think
Veza apha
that's, you see, I see. I seem to remember words to that effect. I don't think they were accurately summarized in the question as you originally put it to the minister, put it to the witness. So perhaps you should put the question again, this time quoting to the exact words of the Constitution on which you rely, and then we can get an answer.
Yes, we'll see. I did have a copy. I don't know what happened to it in the meantime. But
Silamazwi.
Mr. Semenya will have a copy of the Constitution readily at hand.
Ministerial uthi ngamazwi abekwa avela kumgaqo-seko lawa akusomazwi avela apha ku-general makayibeke kuvakala okokuba ufunda kumgaqo-siseko weli lizwe.
oh, it's better print. Yes. 2072. Well, let's deal with you first.
Kwi-constitution
2072, the National Commissioner must exercise control over and manage the police service in accordance with the national policing policy and the directions of the cabinet member responsible for policing. Subsection 3 of section 207, the National Commissioner, with the concurrence of the provincial executive, must appoint a woman or man as the provincial commissioner for them.
umhlekazi uBizos ufunda apha ngokubekwa namandla okubekwa kwe-commissioner ukuba ivela phi loo nto
under the direction of the cabinet member responsible for policing. That's the Minister of Police.
nokuthi ke yonke le nto yenziwa ngaphantsi kolawulo lomphathiswa omele ezamapolisa kusho kuthetha ukuba uminister.
A momentous decision such as this was, and your involvement and the minister's involvement, you had come down to see what was happening. The minister, according to certain evidence, was involved. How could you not possibly communicated to him what was communicated to you by the local commissioner?
Chairperson, there is no evidence we are aware of the minister being involved, whatever that connotes.
I suspect that's a reference to Mr. Zakwan's evidence. You remember Mr. Zakwana said that he phoned the minister, and the minister urged the minister to deploy more members of the police service in the area, and the minister undertook, as far as I remember, to attend to the matter. I think that's what Mr. Bezos refers to. If I'm wrong, he will correct me.
Partly, that was enforced by what I expect to be said about it by other witnesses, Mr. Chairman. I want
to the witness, based on what you expect other witnesses will say. At this stage, you actually put to him that what you were saying was in accordance with evidence so far. And if it's evidence that's to be led, then you've got to specify to her what that evidence will be. But I thought you were referring to what Mr. Zakwana had said, which is before us, which seemed to afford some kind of basis for the question you asked.
Yes, I wasn't here for it, Mr. Chairman, but I am informed by my colleague who was here that the president of NUM said that he had spoken to the minister about the matter.
Intetho yavezwa ngupresident wenoma umhlekazi uzokwana kokuba uyena waqhagamshelana nominister uyena obandakanya uminister apha ngoku ukuthi umgcini sihlalo makangayibeki apha kugeneral engalentetho ivela apha kuye.
I'll repeat the question.
Zawuphinda kumbuzo.
How could you and the minister could be bypassed by the provincial commissioner and the senior officers whether the action that was taken on the 16th at 4 o'clock should have taken place?
Inyathelo elathathwa ke ngaba babephethe apho ikomanda ngo-4 ngomhla ka-16 ibengenzeka kanjani uningabandakanywa wena nominister kwisigqibo esibaluleke ngolu hlobo?
I was not bypassed because when I look at the very document that you are using, the Constitution, that section 4 tells of the responsibility of the commissioner. It says the provincial commissioners are responsible for policing their respective provinces.
Ithi i-constitution lokuyifunda apho xa uqhubekela phambili okokuba ii-commissioners ze-provinces zinikwe amandla okokuba zikwazi ukuthatha uxanduva kwizehlakalo eziphathelene nee-provinces zabo.
And what binds us is that they are not doing it on their own. There are very clear prescriptions and protocols in terms of how they do that.
Abazenzi ke nje ngokuthanda kwabo nokubona kwabo ezi zinto. Kukho imigaqo nemithetho ekufanele ilandelwe ekwenzekeni kwezo zezi.
It does say in A, as prescribed by the national legislation.
Leka kakuhle phaya okokuba njengoba ibekwe ngumthetho wezwe lonke.
And B talks about the delegation that I've been talking about, subject to the power national commissioner to exercise, control and manage the police service in terms of subsection 2 in their respective provinces. So she had the full remit and powers really to do what she was supposed to do in this province.
Njengoba bendiyiveza nje okokuba u-provincial commissioner lona unikezwe amandla okokuba akwazi ukuthatha izigqibo ezinjengezi.
If you did not advise the minister as suggested by certain of the evidence, did you intend advising him? And when did you intend informing him?
Xa ungazange umxelele ucommissioner njengoba beveza ababanye kwakuyinjongo yakho na ukuba umxelele uba kwenzeke ntoni nokuthi wawuzamxelela nini?
In response to that, I just want to go back to what you've said, to say I have said to Mr. Madlanga that I continuously advise the Minister of the progress and the events of Marikana. And I would continue to do so.
Mandiphindele kule nto ibigqiba ukuvezwa nguwe ngoku xa ndiphendula umhlekazi uMadlanga okokuba ndandimxelela uminister okokuba kuchubeka ntoni nantoni ngamaxesha ohlukile ngesindlela ozohlukile.
I want to read to you subsection 4 of section 207. The provincial commissioners are responsible for policing in their respective provinces as prescribed by the national legislation and subject to the power of the national commissioner to exercise control over and manage the police service in terms of subsection 2.
Beka kanjalo ke lo mthetho okokuba ii-commissioners ezi zeprovinsi zinamandla okokuba zenze umsebenzi njengokuba zilayelwa ngumgaqo-siseko lana
Even the
ngaphandle kolayelo
minister aside for
lukakomishina.
a moment, you appear to be where the buck stops in relation to anything that may happen in anywhere in the country.
Uthi lo mthetho ke yonke into noma intoni eyenzeka kuphi kweyiphi ingxenye yelizwe ifanele ukuba igqibezele kuwe.
It is correct.
Ewe.
But are you suggesting that the buck didn't stop on your desk in relation to what happened in the afternoon of the 16th of August last year?
Uthi ke ngoku esisigqibo sehlakalo sika-16 senziwa ngaphambi kokuba ifike kuwe loo nto ingagqithanga kuwe.
I'm not suggesting that. I am saying to you that the mandates, the delegations, and the relevant responsibilities to deal with the situation were appositely, correctly, and policy-wise given to the provincial commissioner.
Njengoba sendicacisele kokuba ii-commissioner ezi zinikwe amandla apheleleyo okokuba bakwazi ukuthatha izigqibo ezinjengezi. Kwanza ke ngokufanele okokuba athathe isigqibo esinjengeso.
And I have fully delegated some of those responsibilities to the provincial commissioners.
Njengoba lawo mandla ndiwehlisele kubo oo-commissioner aba beprovince.
The impression that your evidence given in answer to our learned friend before I started seemed to suggest that you were in close contact with the minister and you took political and practical advice from him, if I remember your words correctly.
Ndikhumbula amazwi akho kakuhle kokuba ubuqhagamshelana nominister maxesha namaxesha ufumana
Sorry,
nezinye
I have been reminded that you actually use leadership and support.
Usebenzisa lawo mazwi amabili kokuba ukhokhelo
Did you frequently look to the minister for leadership and support?
ube ujonge ukuba loo nto ivele kuye na uminister lo leadership ne-support.
In a relative sense, because I've qualified my answer to Mr. Matlanga. I've said the minister is the strategic leader politically. And operationally, I am the strategic leader.
Ndiveze ngacacisa kakuhle kumhlekazi uMadlango kokuba mna ndisebenza ndifikele phi apho ke kusebenza khona uminister owenza izigqibo eziphathelene nezombangazo ezepolitiki.
National Commissioner, this gathering of 3,500 people wasn't a completely apolitical occurrence, was it?
Ukulawula kwezihlwele ezi zabantu ezingaba 3,500 bekungeyona into enokwenza nezopolitiko.
I would not know that.
Andiyazi ke lo.
I would not know that. All I know is that in doing our work, the political processes and issues that we're sitting in there are not things I can account for.
Xa senza umsebenzi wethu ke eziphathelene nezombangazo ezepolitiki apho ngazizona eziphethe okokuba mazilawulwe ndim.
answer I can give you. Maybe I'm short of answering your question. You introduce the word political in your evidence and not I.
Political leadership support with Manago Minister.
But that is not the question you asked me. You said the gathering was in itself not just a gathering. It had, I cannot say that political overtures. You are talking about the gathering. That's the question you asked me. And I said, I cannot be able to tell whether the gathering was political or apolitical. I was looking at a gathering of armed people, of workers who were armed. The political nature of that gathering is not for me to answer, and I'm not able to answer that. That's the question I understood you asking me.
Ndiphendule umbuzo njengoba ububuza Mhlekazi okokuba ezihlwele ezaziphaya ezaziphathelene nezopolitiko nezezinye kwakungewona mina kwakumsebenzi wokuba ndilawule izihlwele ezihlomile ezaziphaya.
Were you not aware that this unprotected strike had grave political and economic aspects that required solution as a matter of some urgency?
Ubungenalo na ulwazi ungayibona okokuba esi strike sasingekho phansi komthetho sasinokwenza nezepolitiki nezenzo zomnotho welizwe ekwakufanele okokuba sijongwe silawule ngokukhawuleza.
In terms of the question you are asking, economic, absolutely, because we were invited by mine, whose economic activity had been challenged, and they were wanting us to assist in looking at the protests, the illegal protests that are taking place.
Sasibizwe imayini apha lento iphathelene nezomsebenzi nezomnotho ngapha nje sasilapho ukuba silawule lento ngendlela.
There are labor unions involved. I'm not aware of this. The political issues I'm not able to answer to.
Kukho inhlangano ezimele abasebenzi phaya okokuba ke zingena kanjani ezepolitiki apho andinalo lwazi.
Commissioner, we will eventually submit that you are avoiding truthful answers to the questions relating to the minister.
Sizawuthi xa sibeka ke thina kwintetho-mpikiswano siveza okokuba uba uzama ukuyibalekela imibuzo efaka umphathiswa uminister.
You told our learned friend that you look to the minister for political and other guidance.
Uthe xa ubuza ngumhlekazi apha wathi wena ujonge ukunikezwa.
And you also said that you often reported to him.
Ukuthi ke xa kwenzeka into ethize wenza ingxelo kuye.
Can you give us by way of example what you reported to him but considered what you were informed by the provincial commissioner you did not talk to him about it?
Ungake usichazele okokuba yintoni owayixela kuminister ngaphandle kwale uthi eyayithethwa uprovincial commissioner awuyigqithisanga kuye.
You told us that you often spoke to the minister. Am I correct in that?
Ndinyanisile xa ndithi ivela kuwo okokuba uthi uyaqhagamshelana nominister amaxesha.
Yes, you are correct.
Ewe right up.
Can you give us examples of the sort of thing that you talk to him about regularly that may have been of greater importance of what was going to happen on the 16th of August?
Kakhulu izinto ezibalekile zezinto ezazizokwenzeka ngalaa mini ye-16.
Once the question gets compounded, it doesn't make sense with respect.
Ekazosiminya uthi ubuza imibuzo emininzi ngexesha elilodwa ihlangahlanganise sazo okokuba impendulo ifanele ithini.
Professor, you intended
Well,
quite as broadly as it actually come out. So perhaps you could think about it and reformulate it.
Yes.
Because I think there is
Yes.
force in what Mr. Semenya said.
In order for the Commission to assess your evidence, can you give us a few examples of what it was that you spoke to the Minister about so regularly?
Akusixelele nje enye noma ezimbini izinto ovamisa okokuba uqhagamshelane nominister ngazo.
I'll start at the back. Your point 24 on my statement, as that last sentence will show you the type of, that paragraph would show you the type of things I would say to the minister.
Awufunda istatement sami phaya ku page apha ku 24 ziyavela ezinye izinto endizixelela uminister.
Paragraph 24.
Yes.
Apha isahluko 24 izehlakalo ezinjengezi zizona izinto
This was
endizigqithileyo.
after the event.
Yes.
Loo nto wayenza emva
What I
kwesandla.
am asking you was to give us examples of what you discussed with the minister before an event occurred, not afterwards.
Into endiyibuzayo kokuba yintoni wayithetha nominister waxelela naphambi kokuba yenzeke le nto.
I did fast that at the end because you had asked me the type of things that I would tell the minister, and I was just saying one of the type of things is what is in 24. But if you're asking me about before, I would tell the minister that we are in Marikana. The matter is
while pursuing, among others,
to go to the area, and I will keep you posted with developments. That's the type of report I would give to the minister.
Izinto ndandizixelela uminister zezokuthi sisemarikana sibhekene nengxaki apha imeko iya ngokuya iba maxongo ndizawuzama ukuba ndithumele amapolisa abe
And maybe if I could just conclude that it would also be important because this type of thing is already being reported in the press. So I would have to say to keep him abreast with what is happening in the area.
uzama nje ukuba uminister azi okokuba kwenzeka ntoni.
Let us confine to directions or instructions. Did you ask him for directions or instructions on any other important matters so that we can compare whether you should have asked him for directions or instructions as to what ought to be done on the 16th of August?
Ndibuza izinto ezinjengezi zilandelayo ukuba wamxela na ubuzo kokuba ngoba sekwenza ndenze ntoni apha minister ndiyilandele kanjani le nto into enjengezo.
Appetite. I think you have read 27 for me. It says I must manage and control the service.
Ndiyabona advocate ukuba uyifunde kakuhle le nto apho indinika khona amandla okokuba kube ndimi endikhokhelayo kube ndimi endilawulayo le nto.
I would seek advice where I need to seek that type of cabinet political advice, but in this regard, it was management and control of a situation by those who are in operation.
Xa kukho into enokwenza nezopolitiko kulapho ndizawuthi ke ndiye kuye. Kodwa apha kwakuyinto eyayifanele okokuba ndilawule ndenze umsebenzi.
Did the minister from time to time give you directions or instructions?
Bekubakho amaxesha apho uminister
Generally.
bexelela ukuba wenze ntoni nantoni.
The minister would not give directions or instructions, but he would ask questions around whether we have sufficient capacity, what have we done about capacity, as I give feedback, and I would share with him what we have done as the operatives.
Uminister akanakundipha ingxelo ukuba ndenze ntoni nantoni kodwa uzofuna ukwazi ukuba kwenzeka ntoni ndimxelele apho sikhona ukuba
You've told us about capacity, which speeches may be important because he has the final say, or may have the final say. But the question is, did he give you any directions or instructions as to what the police ought or ought not to do in relation to any specific matter?
apho ivela khona kuminister amapolisa afanele enze oku ikanene awafanelanga ukuba enze isenzo esithize eyayivela kuminister.
The operational decisions are not the remit of the minister.
Apho ke kwenziwa khona umsebenzi phaya phansi akungomsebenzi ovela kuminister Mhlekazi.
Are you able to state categorically that the decision to confront the miners on the 16th of August had no connection whatsoever with any communication or directions you received from the minister or other higher authority?
Uthi ke ukuze aba bantu sukele bayothathela ezi zinto bebeziphethe ayivelanga kuminister Longxelo ikanene omnye wayengaphezulu kwakho.
I think I hear many questions out of that. Maybe if you could just dismember them.
Imbuzo imininzi ihlanganisiwe apha ukuthi uyicacise.
Wants to know from you what you mean by any other higher authority. So perhaps you could ask the question firstly, confining it to the minister, and then once you've got that answer, then you can give her, tell her what you mean by other higher authority, and then she can answer. But I think it's a right way of phrasing.
No.
With the question of higher authority, let's deal with the minister first.
Our operational instructions, as I've already said, are not coming from the minister.
Mandichaze futhi okokuba ukuba senza ntoni apho siyisebenza kanjani le ndlela ayiveli kuminister.
There is information that the matter was discussed in the cabinet.
Kukho ingxelo apha ethi le nto yake yathethwa naphaya kwicabinet.
Mr. Semenya, you want to raise a point?
Well, perhaps if Mr. Bezos could tell us whether that is going to be the evidence, what is the evidence, was the source for that proposition being put to the witness?
Well, and I understand that my learned friends intend that have not yet been heard want to deal with
There are also problems, of course, in relation to admissibility of evidence as to cabinet discussion.
This is where I deliberately use the word information, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
Yiko nje athi ingxelo ethize ngoba isengaveli apha mhlawumbe sezawuvela.
Am I supposed to answer?
No, I think leave it. Let's have a go. I want to return.
You asked a question first in relation to the minister and other higher authorities. The problem was, what do you mean by other higher authorities? So you said you withdrew.
Because it's only information. Because it's only information, I don't want to do.
Are you not persisting with the question about the minister either?
No. The minister, the question. Please answer the question in relation to the minister.
I've answered
The question to the witness so that she can remember exactly what you've asked and give an exact answer.
Just read it again, just a minute.
I read the question again. Are you able to state categorically that the decision to confront the miners on the 16th of August had no connection whatsoever with any communication or directions you received from the minister?
Kuvela mlayezo othize okuvela kuminister ngaloo mini ukuba yenzani oku noku xa kuzawusukela aba bantu nge-16.
Not to any of my knowledge.
Ngokwazi kwami hayi.
I don't know what that means. Might you have been directed by him and you have forgotten about it?
Kungenzeka okokuba yavela kuye uminister le nto mhlawumbi usoyilibele.
I said not to any of my knowledge and information.
Ndithi ngokwazi kwami akukho ngqele njengale yavela endiyaziyo ivela kumphathiswa.
Now, I want to return to your 17th of August statement, F5, Mr. Chairman.
Mandiphindele kwi-statement sakho somhlaka F5 esomhlaka 7.
And I'm going to ask you, did you, in view of the appalling death and injuries of people, did you give any thought to holding back from exonerating the police until a credible investigation had been completed?
Ayizafike kwingcingo zakho okokuba mawungawathethelela amapolisa uze ufumane ingxelo epheleleyo ngokuba kwenzeke ntoni.
I reported the facts as they were presented to me, and the statement that you read were the facts that were presented to me.
Ndibeke loo ngxelo njengendlela eyayibekwe kum nale nto ifunda apho kwakuyingxelo eyayifike yabekwa kum.
You didn't reserve in your statement on the present facts that I have been given by members of the police that took part.
Awuzange uyiveze kwi-statement sakho kuba le ngxelo
You pronounce.
phaya into oyive ngamapolisa.
Pronouncements are made by people in authority which has a judgmental element.
Uthi le ngxelo oyiveze
Pronounce.
I did do that because the very last sentence does say
bayenza le nto xa ujonga isahluko sokugqibela.
the police will give their full cooperation with any investigation into this tragic incident. Because at this point in time, we didn't even know what the nature of investigation will take place. And we were saying, here are the facts as we understand them, but we will cooperate, comply, participate in any investigation. And we hope that that investigation would then give any other additional information, and on the basis of that, then you would consider any other. But at this point in time, we're saying, here are the facts. Should there be an investigation, we would participate, we would comply, and we would make sure that we give our full inputs.
This is what you say now.
Oku kwenzekile kodwa ke amapolisa kuzawuthi xa kukho uphando olulandelayo abe nokusebenzisana noma ngubani owenza olo phando deske
The last paragraph of triple
It's
F5.
brought to my attention
says
and I
that.
will deal
So
with
she-
it.
yeah.
Yes,
So she said it then and she says it now.
yes, yes. But I am asking you about the word pronouncement that you used. It has a certain meaning. It's people in authority who say, I say, and it must be accepted. There is at least an implied meaning on it. Was the word pronounced
apho usebenzisa khona elo gama walisebenzisa ngabom ngenjongo yokokuba uthi mna ndiveza le ngxelo lena iyinyaniso.
Given the facts that were given to me on the day, that is the only information at hand I had, and that was the facts that as they came from the police. What happens afterwards, I have already articulated in my statement that we will give full cooperation with our investigation into this tragic incident.
Ngelo xesha kwakuyona ingxelo ndandixele yona ngamapolisa kodwa ndatsho phaa ekugqibeleni okokuba xa kungabe khona uphando oluthize olwenziwayo amapolisa azoba nosebenziswano nalobo bantu benza olo phando.
Part of your pronouncement reads, the militant group stormed towards the police, firing shots and yielding general weapons. Dangerous weapons.
The reference is to the penultimate paragraph on the second page, the penultimate sentence, in fact, of the penultimate paragraph on the second page.
Besiza ngesantya emapoliseni bedubula imbumbulu kujongise kumapolisa baphethe nezinye izixhobo ezinobungozi.
Police retreated systematically and were forced to utilize maximum force to defend themselves.
Uthi ke amapolisa abesehlehla umva kuthe kwenzeni kanjalo ke base benyanzeliseka ukuba basebenzise amandla agqithise ngokuzama ukuzikhusela.
That tells the public in South Africa and the world at large that you, the Commissioner of Police, accept everything your subordinates told you.
Apha ke kuxelela wonke umuntu okhona apha eMzantsi nelizwe lonkana okokuba wena njengokomishina wamapolisa ubewakholelwa yonke into amapolisa bexeleleyo.
Yes, it is true, and also other evidence that we've seen on a lot of footage that was shown even in this place.
We're talking about the 17th. We'll come to the 20th. That stage, what other evidence, if any, that you have to corroborate what your police generals or brigadiers or colonels told you?
Facts from the police, visual evidence on the screens, radio reports, newspaper reports carried a lot of information that also further informed me.
Ngalo yayivela kumapolisa into ndandiyibone komabonakude into yayivela apha konomathotholo zazivela kuma-newspaper zizo zazindibonisa ukuba kwenzeka ntoni.
Are you influenced by what you read and what you listen to on the radio?
Into oyivayo kwirediyo nento oyifunda emaphepheni uye uyikholele okokuba inyaniso.
I'm not ignorant of what I see and read.
You influenced.
Ongayijongi nje into endiyifundayo neniyibonayo.
I'm not ignorant of what I read and see.
Are you influenced by what you see and hear and read?
Iba nafuthe lithini kuwe ke loo nto oyifundayo noyibona kumabonakude.
I'm giving what I think is my best answer to your question. I'm not ignorant of what I see and read.
Impendulo endiza kunika yona uba andivumele kwinto endiyibonayo nendiyifundayo.
Are you influenced by what you see, what you hear, and what is reported to you, and do you take it all on face value?
Advocate, I've given you what I think is my best answer.
Ndikunikile impendulo njengoba ndikhona advocate xa ebuza umhlekazi uBizos sokuba uyamukela njengoba injalo loo nto xa uyibona noma uyifunda kumaphepha.
But you see, even before you made the statement of the 17th, there were allegations that this was a massacre.
ngokuba wenze le ntetho yangalaa mini nge-17 yasivelile le nto okokuba yintlekele le eyenzeke phaya.
On the very day that I made that statement, a question was asked to me about the massacre.
Ngaloo mini ndenza eyo ntetho wabuzwa lo mbuzo.
And my response on that day was that it is an unfortunate choice of words.
Ndathi ke mna xa ndiphendula lo mbuzo ndathi mna ukukhethwa kwamazwi asetyenzisiweko apha yona into.
I was responding to a journalist that asked me that question.
Ndiphendula lo mbuzo kwintatheli yayindibuza le nto.
Did you ask them what information they had that prompted them to call it a massacre?
Awuzange umbuzo kokuba ngxelo yintoni ingxelo abanayo ukuze asebenzise eli gama lokuba yintlekelo yobulalo lwabantu lena.
In a press conference, you don't have that nature of dialogue. He asked a question and I responded to the question.
Xa kuthathwa izinto ezinjengezi ke kwi-press statement apho ubhaliswa khona izindaba noma ko awubuzi imibuzo emininzi ubuza lowo mbuzo uphendule lowo mbuzo ubuzwa wona.
Do you believe that it is your right to accept one side of a story as to what the police have done and pronounce upon it on that basis?
Unenkolelo yokokuba unyanzeleke okokuba wamkele loo nto ixelwa ngamapolisa uthathe yona kuphela njengenyaniso.
I don't understand your question.
Andiwuva kakuhle lo mbuzo.
Do you believe that it is your right to come to conclusions as to what the police did or did not do upon the word of members of the police force only?
Uthatha njengelungelo lakho okokuba ukholelwe loo nto oyixele ngamapolisa okokuba iyinyaniso.
Because that question is carrying many things, I would say the view will always be informed by information at one's disposal from the police, from the media, from other people. That's what your view will be shaped by.
Ziningi ke izinto ezingaba nefuthe kulo nkolelo.
What is your answer to my
into
question?
eyenzekile oyifunde emaphepheni ingxelo oyivile.
My answer to your question is that views and positions are informed by a multiplicity of feeders.
So please repeat that.
Views and positions are informed by a multiplicity of feeders and inputs.
And not on what the police told you only.
Uthi ugeneral kukho izinto ezininzi ke ezingaba nefuthe lokokuba yenzeke ngendlela enjani lento uthi umhlekazi uBizos kungasi loo nto kuphela loyixelele ngamapolisa.
I have said multiplicity of feeders.
Ithe izinto ezininzi.
So you're going to be long with this point because it's 1 o'clock and I'm proposing that we should resume at 1:30 because we started at 10 this morning. So if you want to round this point off before we adjourn, do so.
I'll go on to the next question after the adjournment.
The Commission will now adjourn
Sezo zingane
lunch.
ngo-1:30
Soon after 1:30 as we can.
ixesha lokutya ngoku.
For lunch.
circumspection. Would you agree, generally speaking, that the head of an organization shouldn't just speak to one side and pronounce upon the matter?
Uyavumelana nami ukuba umuntu ke ngoku ongamele iziko elithile funeke alumke kwaye athi xa ebhengeza angajongi kwicala elinye ajonge nakwelinye icala.
Indeed, it is necessary for a leader to take various aspects into account.
Ke into efunekayo ukuba inkokheli ibeke izinto ezinika ingqwalasela.
In making up your mind to exonerate the whole all 600 odd police officers from any blame or any liability for what happened in Marikana without hearing from anyone else was not in accordance with the expectations we have of people who held leading positions in the administration and the governing of this country.
Ukwazi ke ukuthethelela amapolisa kanye ukuthetha ngawo kakuhle ngalanto eyenzeke pha eMarikana bingasinto elindelwe kumuntu oyinkokheli eburhulumenteni.
Only if what I said earlier on to say, in taking the decision and making the inputs that I made and the statement that I have indicated as the last sentence, and also some of what I said, I mean, if I look at this transcript, what I said towards the end of my statement, which was not in the statement, if I may just read it, from a document that we were given by the evidence leaders, where I was talking about it wasn't time for finger pointing, it wasn't time for all those type of things, it was time for looking at many other things. And I've also said I was not ignorant to what I was seeing on TV, what I was reading, what I was hearing. So I had looked at a number of things.
Ndifuna ukuthi ke nezinto endathi ndazijonga ndazinika ingqwalasela nazo ke kwisigqibo eso nakwistatement sesino ndichazele kwesinigqibo ndikwazi evidence lead noba yeli xesha elinoba kukhonjwanwe ngeminwe kodwa nditshilo kwakhona into yokubana izinto endizibona etivini ayizinto endingathwa ndizihoyi ezo.
I want to put to you that in making those two statements, you did not act with caution, nor circumspection, but on the contrary, you did not apply your mind to the circumstances. You accepted the police version without question because of your strong bond of loyalty to the police.
Njengoba nditshilo uba kwistatement ezimbini khange uzenze ujongise ngendlela elumkileyo khange yonke loo nto uyenze ngenxa yokuba ubonisa ukuthembeka kwakho apha emapoliseni.
Advocate, that is your conclusion. It is not my conclusion.
It's not.
Indlela obona ngayo leyo kodwa isigqibo sam eso indlela endibona ngayo.
There has been an outcry again calling for the end of the police culture that appears to be apparent, that the police are more interested in solidarity among themselves than seeking to speak the truth. Have you heard what I have said from many voices since you accepted this position?
Sisikhalo ke ngoku esikhoyo into yokuba into eqhelekileyo phakathi kwamapolisa into yokuba endani bazothetha inyaniso baye bame bonke baxhasana. Uke wayiva into enjalo?
I have heard what you have said, and I've read many books globally that also talk about that.
Ke ndivile into oyithethayo ndaye ndafuna neencwadi ezininzi kakhona jikelele ezithetha ngale nto uyithethayo.
Are you concerned about the allegations that are made about this police culture?
Uxabile nawe ngezinto ezithethwayo ngomkhwalo wamapolisa.
I think what is important is what you've mentioned to say about the allegations.
Ndicinga into ebalulekileyo into oyithethayo into yokuba loo nto ke sisitshoyo.
I would be concerned if I was experiencing that. I haven't as yet experienced that. Maybe it's my 8 months is too short.
Mhlawumbi ke izinyanga zisibhozo endisebenzayo isele thuba elincinci elifutshane.
Are you not aware that there is an outcry in the public domain that this police culture has to stop?
Awukavi nayo into yokuba kukho isikhalo ke ngoku apha esidlangalaleni into yokuba lo mkhwa funeke uphele.
I have heard of that.
And examples are given in the public domain that you have a group of 9 officers where a person was killed, and somehow none of the 9 are prepared to say, one of our number, so-and-so, pulled the trigger. What do you think that does to the reputation of the police force that you are leading?
Ngoku ke umzekelo ngamapolisa angakhe ayi-9 abulala kwakho kuba ufuna ukhomba umnyathi ngubani lo wenze le nto. Ngoku wena uthini ke ngaloo nto injalo?
I'm not sure whether my views on that one would have any influence the questions that you've asked me before, because really I thought that was a legal process. The courts had to look into the matter, and the courts had to decide based on facts and information before them of that outcome.
Ndicinga ke ukuleyo kufuneka kulandelwe indlela yalapha emthethweni. Inkundla kufuneka zizwe ke ngozawuthatha isigqibo sibone uba isiphumo saloo nto izawuba yintoni na.
I don't want to discuss the case that you probably correctly thinking that I am talking about, and I don't want to discuss the judgment given. What I is that there were 9 policemen together with a person that pulled the trigger, and not a single policeman came forward and said, my colleague so-and-so pulled the trigger. What does that do to the reputation of the police force that you are heading?
Ndithethi ngetyala okanye isigwebo ke ngokusenkundla kodwa amapolisa athoba akho nomnye othi ubani nguye edubulileyo. Ngoku ke into endiyithethayo into yokuba loo nto ke ngoku ithini ngesidima ke ngoku samapolisa.
Advocate, I think there are many other things that happen in the police, and that particular one really, I'm not able to say why those 9 answered the way they did.
No.
I cannot be able to cast a position on that one.
Zininzi into ezenzeka emapolisa nakwazi ke into yokuba ukuthi kule mapolisa 9 kwenzeke le.
Further down this line of,
No,
of
I'm not.
investigation.
That was the last question.
Help us at all, Frank.
That was the last question on it. Chairman, it's too long to, the line is too long to burden the Commission with it, Mr. Chairman. Now, the statement that you made on the 17th and the statement that you made on the 20th were given the widest publicity.
Intetho yenze nge-17 nange-20 ziye zapapashwa jikelele.
Your words, particularly on the 20th, which were read out to you by our learned friend that cross-examined you first. I won't quote all of them. I want to remind you of what you said. So, for that, I just want once more to thank you for having done what you did, for having endured the challenges that we endured, and as we mourn as a country is feeling is felt by all of us. But all we did was to do our job and to do it in a manner that we are trained, that we know it should be done responsibly, caringly, focusing on that which is our responsibility. What were you thinking, the 1,000 odd policemen that you were addressing? What were you thanking them for?
Into oyenzileyo ke njengoba usithi wabulela ngalento abayenzileyo imicelimngeni nangona bekhona nokuba kuziliwe nje nentlongo eviwa ngumuntu wonke ekugqibeleni ke ngokuthi umbuzo ubuzwa into yokuba ngexesha uthi wababulela ngokwenza kantoni.
I'll go back to the paragraph that you were reading so that I can contextualize my answer to you.
Ndizawubuyela kule paragraph kuba ifuna kwenzela ndizoyibeka kuhle impendulo yam kuwe.
And also say, part of my evidence to this commission, I requested that this whole tape be played because all that was played throughout this media was a snippet and it decontextualized my message. But to go to the paragraph that you have read, let me again go through it. I said, so for that, I just want to once more thank you for having done what you did, for having endured the challenges that we endured, and as we mourn as a country, let us remember the pain that everybody is feeling. That it is felt by all of us, but all we did, and I now highlight, was to do our job in a manner that we were trained. We had a plan. We were going to roll out our plan that was disrupted, and we had unintended outcomes. I thanked them, as I said, to Mr. Madlanga for having done their work according to the prescripts, according to the protocols that they were supposed to follow. And I did not celebrate death because in an earlier paragraph, I talk about mourning. In this paragraph, I talk about the regrettable incident.
Ngexesha bendithetha nabo ke ndibaxelela ke ngokunyamezela kwimicelimngeni ebikhona nokuba nje kwakuziliwe nje bakhumbula uba wonke umuntu uziva njani ngaloo nto leyo babenze umsebenzi wabo ngendlela ke ekwakucetywe ngayo nangona ke ngoku iziqhamo zaloo nto yayingasinto ekwakujongwe into yoba iza kwenzeka ngamanye amazwi yayingathethi loo nto le nto yoba ndandiyivuyela le nto yayenzekile ngoba kulapho ndikhankanyayo into yokuba sisilile.
You also said in the previous but one paragraph that those present and those that were in Marikana, represent the best of responsible policing.
Because you're actually wrongly quoting it. It was pointed out when she was being cross-examined by Mr. Langas that the transcript is incorrect, that the word "we" shouldn't be there. So the sentence reads, I come before you to actually say, trying as it may be, mourning as we are, let us take note of the fact that whatever happened represents the best of responsible policing. That's the way it should read, and that's the way it was corrected. So the "we" is out, so it's not referring to people who represent the best of responsible policing. It's whatever happened represents the best of responsible policing. That's what you said. Doesn't necessarily detract from your question, but it's useful to put it correctly.
Yes. Well, taking that as corrected by the chairman of the commission, together with the next paragraph, but one, people and injuring 84 others.
Basijonga ke ngule paragraph ixobothethwa ngoku njengoba isithi ndizaphambi kwenu ndibona uba yonke into eyenzekileyo yemele owona msebenzi wopolisa unenkathalo ubonisa inkathalo loo nto bibandakanya na okanye iquka nokusweleka kwabantu abayi-34 nokungqelekeka kwabanye na abangaphezu kwamashumi asixhenxe na.
Yes, Mr. Semenya.
Chair, the question has been repeatedly asked and repeatedly answered.
I think that's correct, Mr. Bezos. What
Not
you said
by,
about
not by me, Mr.
No, but it doesn't matter. If the question's been asked already by Mr. Mdlanga,
Yes.
I'm not sure it helps for someone else to come along and ask the same question. Otherwise, we'd have each one of the parties asking the same questions everybody asked before, and we're sitting here until the next century.
I don't remember the question being put in the form in which I put it. It may be substantially similar. But be that as it may, what I want to ask you, Commissioner, what message were you sending on the facts that and allegations that we know of to the police force as a whole? Other than it doesn't matter what you do, the Commissioner is behind you, she will praise you, and she will thank you. Is that a message to be sent to a police force whose reputation is being questioned by many people in South Africa? That you are on their side and that you could protect them come what may.
Ngoke xa kubonakala ngokuhlobo lomyalezo obuthunyelwa kumapolisa ngoba kubonakala ngathi busithi akukhathaliseki into yokuba nenza ntoni na kodwa ke ndiyanixhasa kuyo into eniyenzayo noba yintoni naloo nto leyo.
Advocate, that's your interpretation of the message. That is not my message. And I have articulated my message in this statement and why I asked for this tape to be played the way it is. Your interpretation of the message is not what I'm saying to the police.
Indlela ke wena uyibona ngayo okanye utolika ngayo ayile nto ndiyithethayo ke mna emapoliseni loo bendicela uba yonke le tape idlalwe yonke.
The question is, what message is it sending to the South African police? I'm asking you, what message is it? If you disagree with anything I say, that's your privilege. But I'm asking you, what message is it sending to the South African police in the present circumstances or at the time that you made them?
Ngokwexesha ke usenza lo myalezo ngoba umyalezo uthumela emapoliseni loMzantsi Afrika.
The message I was sending to the police was one, that we are mourning because there is a tragedy that has befallen us as a nation. And the message I sent to them was also that I do thank you for following the prescripts, the protocol in executing your job, and it is separate from the mourning.
Umyalezo xa endithumeleyo into yokuba sizilile ngenxa yentlekele eyenzekileyo. Okwesibini kukubabulela ngokuthi balandele imigaqo nemimiselo ekhoyo ebekiweyo.
Would it not be deleterious, not only to the police, but the country as a whole, if the message is interpreted, I'll do what I like and the Commissioner will protect me and nothing will happen to me?
Into enovakala ngaloo ndlela into yoba umyalezo utyhilwayo kukuba ndingenza le nto ndiyifunayo unothanda kwaye ukhomishina wamapolisa yena uzawundikhusela.
Advocate, that is your standpoint, not my standpoint, and I'm not able to comment on your standpoint.
Andikwazi ke uphefumla kwinto wena oyibekayo okanye oyitshoyo kodwa into oyithethayo kodwa endingayithethiyo mna.
Let us turn to the statement which was not made public by the police, but our learned friends who are leading the evidence stumbled upon whilst you were in the box. The statement of Warrant Officer Walter Marburg.
Ndicela ke siye kwistatement
I I don't think they'd agree they stumbled on anything, but never mind. You can put that statement to the witness. I don't think they stumbled on it. I think they deny it, but put the statement to the witness without any reference to stumbling.
This is a statement which was produced by our learned friends, the evidence leaders, whilst you were in the box. You know what statement I am talking about.
Uyasazi ke statement esike siye savezwa apha ke evidence leader uselapha emkhumbini.
Yes, FF7.
You apparently knew about the statement in October 2012.
Unolwazi ngestatement ngo-October 2012.
You interviewed him.
Waba nodliwanondlebe kunye naye.
Yes, he informed me.
Ewe, wandixelela.
And a very alarming allegation is made in that sworn statement.
Kwesi statement ke sifungelwe kwenziwa intetho yothusayo.
Yes, you are correct.
Ewe, unyanisile.
On the face of it, it's an alarming statement.
Indlela ebonakala ngayo
statement. We are a warrant officer in the police. Let's, for the purposes of my other questions, accept that it may well be true.
Masithi samkele ke into yokuba le nto ithethwayo kwesi
Can we
statement.
proceed on that basis, please?
I would not. It's a supposition. It may well be true, means let's suppose. I would like us to note it as a supposition.
I think the question is very squarely based on the proposition that this is a supposition. He's not asking you to accept that the supposition is correct finally, but simply to assume for the purpose of your argument that it's correct. And he says if it's correct, it's an alarming thing that he says. And I take it you'd agree with that.
Yes, if the supposition is correct, it is alarming.
I think you said you referred it to IPED for further investigation. Yes. That's the appropriate directorate, which is supposed to investigate allegations of this kind against members of the police. Is that right? Is that so?
Yes, I'm on record as saying, for this statement to be there, it's because I commissioned it, because there was no statement. I asked Maybach to write the statement because I wanted to know, if you knew about this, who did you report it to? Did you make a statement on it? And this is why I asked the commanders to make sure that the statement is there. And then they gave it to IPED.
Phofu ukuze sibe khona esi statement yim owenza into yokuba sibe khona ngokuba ndabuze basikhona isimo senziwe na ndaze ndathi ke ukuthi xa senziwe istatement masinikwe i-IPED.
If the contents of the statement are found to be correct, do you agree that at least the one person that was shot in cold blood was not shot in the circumstances described by Margaret in self-defense?
Uvumelana ukuba usinyani ke esi statement lo wathutyulwa ngale ndlela emasikizi ngolu hlobo wangadutyulwe lo wamdubula ezikhusela ngelo xesha.
Only when facts that confirm this can I be able to answer this question.
Ngaphandle ke into yoba kuzobakho into enyani ingqinisa le nto zawukwazi uba ndikuphendule xa kunjalo ke kuloo nto uyithethayo.
Did this statement come to your notice before you made your statement or statements placed before the commission?
Esi statement senziwe ngaphambi uba wenze esakho okanye zakho eziphambi kwale commission?
No.
Hayi.
When did the statement come to your notice?
I think it is indicated in one of the... I just want to look at it.
Yes, I think your question was ambiguous. When you said the statements you made placed before the commission, I must confess I thought you meant the exhibit, the witness statement, yes. 2 exhibits it. But she obviously thought you meant the media statements.
No.
And it occurred to me that the question as framed could legitimately give rise to that interpretation. So I think you must make it clear to her that you are referring, at least I assume,
to her statement.
Her statement, which is before us.
Yes. Before the two versions,
yeah, that's right.
and I think that may probably add to the witness's confusion. I am talking about your sworn statements made for the purposes of being submitted to the commission.
Yes, I was
aware. You had knowledge of Marikana statement before you made those statements.
Yes.
Did you consider it relevant to the issues that the commission was enjoined by the president to look into?
Because I considered it important, I actually asked that IPID investigate the matter and furnish us with facts.
Please listen to the questions and answer them. The question was, did you think that it was an important statement to which the commission should have had its an opportunity to hear the other side of the story? And why did you not inform the commission? Here is a statement that has come to my notice, and deal with it in your statement to the commission. Why did you not mention it?
Because the matter is being investigated by those who police us as police.
Don't you think that it was sufficiently important? Don't listen only to me as the commissioner. Listen to my warrant officer, or what he said in relation to the deliberate shooting of a helpless man on the ground. Wasn't it your duty to bring that to the commission's attention?
We will answer the question. Mr. Semenya wants to say something.
This statement was brought to the attention of the Commission by the South African Police Service. The witness has already told us it was created on her instruction. There is nothing untoward.
So it also seemed to answer, as we all know, as far as I know anyway, all the files and dockets were made available to the evidence leaders. So I don't know whether their attention was specifically drawn to this statement among all the others.
Yes.
But it certainly, well, they can tell us. Mr. Bogdan, how did the evidence leaders get hold of the statement? Was
evidence leaders for manager nike esi statement saka warrant officer uHenrik Mayberg?
Chairperson, it was amongst the statements produced by the made available by the police. That's correct. Amongst a number of other statements made available by them. I have to say, and I don't want to give evidence, neither do I want to, and this witness has been cross-examined already for us, but according to our information, there's a different account of how it came to the attention of IPID, or whether it came to the attention of IPID.
No.
Perhaps we should put in, we'll make available the memorandum which we've received from IPID, and it can be dealt with at that time.
Through a proper witness and proper
evidence. And then see where it goes from there.
This statement came before the commission, who got it from the South African police. So that's
thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question is why the witness did not mention in her statement that evidence came, never mind the statement, evidence came to her knowledge that there was at least one deliberate murder of an injured person in her statement.
I think you've taken that a bit too far. we don't know from the statement whether the person who was shot was one of those who died or one of those who were injured. So I think to say talk of a deliberate murder is going too far. But I understand your question to be, why was this statement, which was evidence of deliberate criminality, either a murder or attempted murder by a policeman, why was that not specifically flagged and brought to the attention of the Commission in a specific manner? I take it that's your question.
Yes, one more question.
Ndofuna ukuqonda ukuba kutheni ke ukule nto ibingakhange ibhalwe okanye ibekho kwi-statement esisika commissioner besenzile lo mba othethwa ngumhlekazi uVoter.
I think the same question could be asked of why didn't I talk about the investigation of Munu. It wasn't for anything because these facts are open, they've been declared, they are in the knowledge of this commission. There was nothing untoward. It is how I structured my statement. It wasn't for any other thing that talks to those things. I didn't refer, for instance, to the General Moon investigation in my statement, but I know that it is something that we have done and that is significant.
Into bendiyenza ke umzekelo omnye khange ndithethe ngomono kwaye izinto ndithetha ngazo zizinto ebezibhengeziweyo zaziwayo nezaziwa kwakunye i-commission leyo.
Third statement. In your evidence last week, on the question of follow-up on the Marburg statement, you said, we at SAPS were stumped. What does that mean? And could not do anything. You want me to read you everything that you said? I have it, if it's going to help you. Extract. We at SAPS were stumped and could not do anything. The statement was not helpful. Voter could not identify or point to the person. I did engage Voter. I wanted to understand the issues. Myself, Mbombo, and Naidu asked him questions about the very shooting so we could understand. He said he could not point the person and did not see a name tag. You remember that is what you said?
Usakhumbula uba uthetha into ezinjalo into yokuba khona lento yenza kodwa wanadibana kunye nawe eMarburg kodwa wayengazange alibone igama lalo mntu kodwa akanakwazi nokuthamula athi lo mntu amazi.
Yes, bar for that difficult English word that you used.
Ngaphandle kwela gama linzima lesingesi olisebenzisileyo.
What is the difficulty that you have with which word?
You used a word that I haven't met in my life, stumped.
Means not trust or not knowing what to do, at a loss to know how to react. Yeah, it comes from cricket where it means something different, but that's what it means in this context, I think.
I've learned a new word.
New word. Chairperson, you actually have informed.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to assist or at least point out something, Chair. If the witness says she's meeting that word for the first time, and it was used in a quotation of her, then it must mean that the quotation is wrong, or that she was using another word.
The passage of the transcript, the actual page, line, and so on, we could then see. But if she says the word stumped as she's heard for the first time today, then she obviously couldn't have used that word. She must have used some other word which was perhaps not correctly transcribed.
It's difficult like that. It's a difficult word. In fairness to the witness, it's suggested to me that she used the word stunted.
Better.
Is that the word that you used?
lilo igama olisebenzisileyo elo.
I may not recall, but that word I know I may have used it.
Noba ngikhumbula kahle kodwa kungenzeka uba ndilisebenzisile lo gama.
That word accurately convey your impression of the situation you were in when you heard what the warrant officer said.
True.
And said he couldn't identify the face or the name tag of the person concerned.
Yes.
Stunted would be the correct word, as far as you're concerned, to convey your reaction to that. Would that be right?
Yes, that surprised us to say you have been there, you say you saw a person, you had the shot. We asked, can you point at the person, do you know the person, have you seen it? Because we want name tags.
Right.
You see faces of
Sorry,
people.
what exactly is the word? There are three possibilities. Stump, which has now been rejected, stunted, or stunned with two N's. Is it stunned with two N's, or stunted NT?
See, I'll give a reference.
Judge, if
The colleague on my left says that the word is stunted, and it appears on page 6926 at line 19 of the record. But don't let's argue about the fine meaning.
Well, Mr. Bezos, she was going to say something when you went on to give the page reference. What were you going to tell us?
I think the word stunned or the reaction coming from there would be a better fit.
Ligama lethu stun kukhwankqiswa ngelona gama ke lingena kakhulu elo.
It was support of the allegations that were made by the relatives of the deceased, the people who had been injured, the newspaper reports, the television reports, the radio reports, who had made similar allegations. Do you agree?
Uyavumelana ukubana nabo ke ngoku abo ba izalamane zawo bathi basoleka nabangcweleka nakumabonakude ne-TV benza izimangalo ezilolo hlobo nabo.
I did not agree with and I'll go to Mayberg, because Mayberg, we have requested that this matter be investigated, and because I don't have facts that tell me that happened, I would not agree with you.
Ngoba ndathi lo mba mawuphandwe ndithetha noMayberg ngenxa yoba kungekho bungqina obutshoyo andinovumelana nawe kuloo nto leyo.
The allegations made by Mayberg upset you?
Izinto ke ngoku ezithethwa nguMayberg ziyakucaphukisa?
Yes.
Ewe.
Did you think to yourself possibly that what I said on the 17th and the 20th may not have been true, because some of our men, at least one of them, if that is true, behaved not in accordance with what I thought they all behaved in?
Bunganocing into yoba into endithethe nge-17 nenge-20 mhlawumbi ayiyinyani ukuba mhlawumbi buzobona into yokuba okanye ujonge into yoba lo mnye wabo uye waniphatha ngendlela ebungacinga into yoba angaziphatha ngayo.
This is why, because I was stunned and because it was an issue of concern for me as a leader, that I asked for the statement and I asked IP to look at it, and I would like to have an outcome. And I was surprised that Mayberg, being on the scene, tells me that I can't point the face, I don't know the name, I haven't seen the name tag. That's why I said investigate this matter and let's get to the bottom of it.
Yiyo loo nto bendisithi bendikhwankqisiwe ndaze ndaba nenkxalabo ndaye ndacela into yoba i-IP iphande ngale nto bendimangalisiwe yile nto kwam ungakumbi xa isithi ke ngoku uyena uMayberg akakwazi nokuba akanakwazi umkhomba lo mntu lowo kwaye zange abone negama lakhe.
Did it occur to you that if Warrant Officer Mayberg was telling the truth, you didn't hear the whole truth before making the statements that you did on the 17th and the 20th of August last year?
Well, Chair, we still don't know whether part of the truth is what is alleged in this document.
If, I think that Mr. Beazle said if it was true. It's one of these suppositional questions again, but...
Well, I had the question a little different.
well, perhaps, let him repeat it. Perhaps you heard it correctly and I didn't. Mr. Beazle, repeat the question, please.
Did it occur to you that if the allegations made by Marburg to you and your two generals was true, your statements of thanks and praise of the 17th and the 20th may have to be amended?
Ukuba munofumanisa into yokuba into ethethwa maybe ethethwe nayo noba general linyani bekuzawunyanzeleka into yobana intetho oyenze nge-17 nange-20 iguqulwe.
Because this is a supposition and it's an if question, what I have as facts before me still holds.
Ngenxa yoba sithi loo nto ukuba kunjalo ngayo ngeke kuthetha into yoba ezinto mandisathi zinyani sisala kuzo ezo nto ezo sinjalo.
The two generals that you had with you when you interviewed Marburg, were they two that gave you the information that prompted you to say what you said on the 17th and 20th?
Ojenera babini abawunabo ngabo ke abathetha kuwe abaqala into yenza into yoba mawuthethe ezaa nto awuzithethayo nge-17 nange-20.
The two generals are part of the joke.
Ezi generals zimbini bayinxalenye yejoko.
And I have said the information I had and the facts that I presented was a collective product of the joke.
Ndithi nengxelo ke ngoku into endayenzayo yingxelo yonke evela phaa kujoko.
Did you think that the presence of the two generals with you might have inhibited Marburg to identify the person that pulled the trigger?
Awucinga into yokuba ukubakho kwezo generals zimbini phaa nawe yiyo into yokuba ingabe imenzile maybe kangakwazi ukuba atsho ukuba ngubani loo mntu lowo?
No, I didn't think so. Because maybe I've opened up to General Naidu, who thought it was important enough to alert me and General Mbombo.
Ngoba maybe kwathetha uNoGeneral Naidu naye wabona into yoba into ebalulekile into yoba azoyixelela mna loo nto kunye noGeneral Mbombo.
Was it the statement made by Marburg contrary to the information that you had been given up to that point?
Usuka lapho into ethe ke wayifumanayo yayingahambisani nomphazelo kwingxelo awunayo ngelo xesha.
Certainly it is contrary to what I knew.
Wahlukile ke into bendiyazi njengenyani ngelo xesha.
Did it occur to you that if it had to be investigated, that you and the two generals that may have been complicit in what happened at Marikana were not the best persons to interview him or to interrogate him or to have him investigated?
Again, Chair, there's no evidence of complicity.
Sure.
The one is, the way you phrase the question sounds as if you're alleging the witness was complicit in something. I'm not sure there's any evidence that the generals were complicit in anything either. What she did once she interrogated him was she sent it off to IPID, or as the name indicates, the Independent Police Investigation District. So you're not suggesting there's any other more appropriate agency to which she could have sent these allegations in the statement than IPID, are you? What was wrong with sending it to IPID? Wasn't that the thing that you would have expected her to have done?
No.
What would you expect her to have done?
When the information came to her, she should have appointed or requested, not appointed, requested independent persons to investigate the contrary allegation.
IPID is an independent directorate, as the name implies, which is specifically there to investigate allegations against the police of improper and criminal conduct by members of the police.
Yes.
So, I mean, if you're going to argue later that she did the wrong thing and sent it to the wrong agency, then I'd be very interested to hear what the argument in support of that would be, because prima facie she did the right thing. I don't know that we are using the time available to us gainfully in investigating this point.
According to your evidence, you requested your commanders to look into this matter, but the commanders did not reveal the ID. Was it the function of the commanders to investigate the further matter, or on the directive of the chairman of the commission, the independent police?
Ngoku uthe ucele iicommanders zakho uba maziwujongisise lo mba lowo, ngoku ke lo mba wesibini bungabantu abafuneke kuqhutyekekwe nawo kuphandwe okanye kucelwe i-IPD le amapolisa azimeleyo.
It was important for the commanders to ensure that we get this matter correctly and officially reported. And the product of what I commanded them to do is this very statement, because then we managed to get a statement. On the basis of this statement, we then said this matter needs to be investigated by those who police us, because this is a report that comes from us as police, and that's how it goes to IPID, because the statement wasn't there.
Ndathi mna makwenza ingxelo ke ngoku sesikweni yiloo nto ke khokhela uba makubekho istatement engathi egqibele into yobana loo nto mayiphandwe yina i-IPD loo nto kuthiwa statement apha.
At that time, the commission, or that there would be a commission, was already in the public knowledge and yours.
Ngelaa xesha ke abantu babenolwazi ulwazi ngekomishini.
The contents of the statement that was taken by the independent police unit was contrary to the version put up by the senior officers, including the two that you invited to interview the witnesses.
Ke ngoku into ezibhalwa apha ke ngoku kwi-IPD zahlukile kwinto wayifumana kula mapolisa ke ngoku anezikhundla eziphezulu.
Chair, would Mr. Bezos give us that statement? We don't have it.
Cela siphene
One
eso
taken
statement
by
asinaso
IPID,
thina.
which is contrary to this.
I thought that that the statement by the chairperson, that the independent police.
I understand the statement that was eventually taken, which we have before us,
Yes.
taken at the behest of the witness, was sent to IPID for further investigation. That's all the information we have before us. What happened at IPID, we don't know, if anything. That's the situation. It's not.
Well, let me just leave the statement out because of this. When you told the two generals, was it at your office?
Wababizela eofisini yakho abajenerali babini?
No, we
Where was it?
We were at a meeting with the commanders, and at that meeting, one voter was also in. Here in Rustenburg, General Naidu then informs me of that, and informs us of that, and we say, call the members so that we can hear this report that has been given to you, and that is on the 1st of October.
Hayi sasentlanganisweni silapha eRustenburg ngoko novoteri nekomanda novoteri wayekhona kulapho ndathi makabizwe ke ngoku loo voteri lowo aze apha kum.
Did you consider that Marburg would be, in all probability, an important witness before the commission?
Zange umbone uMarburg njengomntu wayezoba lingqini ebalulekileyo apha kule commission.
I do not know how witnesses are chosen, but it was of interest to me to get to the bottom of this matter.
Kodwa nangona ke ndingazi uba yintoni ingqina ebalulekileyo kodwa into ebalulekileyo uba ndingene nzulu kuwo lo mbalo.
The question was, did you or the two generals and you consider that Marburg may be an important witness before the Commission to relate what he has said in the statement?
Umbuzo bendibuza into yokuba wena nezinye igeneral beningaboni into yokuba umaybe ngaba lingqina elibalulekileyo elingakwazi uba kule commission lizochaza into yoba kwenzeka ntoni.
Advocate, I'll say it again. I do not know how witnesses are chosen, but I was interested in getting to the bottom of this matter.
I'm going to put to you that the meeting amongst the three of you was a most unfortunate incident because the suspicion that may arise is that he either was or he may have been reluctant to repeat what he had said in that statement before the Commission.
There's no basis for that proposition.
No, it's an inference that we are going to...
Let's see what the witness is about. Do you agree with that, or do you think that's not correct?
I do not agree, because each member needed to make a statement of what they have seen, what they knew long before, and voter member had that opportunity. And if he had done a statement, a sworn statement, and hadn't mentioned this, that's why I would have been stunned to say you had an opportunity to say what you as a participating member needed to say. Why are you saying it only on the 1st of October? And again, you don't even give us full facts. Did you see the person? Did you see the name? I was stunned.
Wokumuntu afumana ithuba noba makabenze statement ngento ayibonileyo nayaziyo noma maybe wayelapho yiloo nto ke ngewani kaOctober xa ndiveza izinto ezo ndithi ndandikhwankqisiwe.
We are informed that hundreds of statements made by policemen in relation to their actions on the day of the 16th.
Sivile into yoba kwenziwe amakhulukhulu statement ngamapolisa thetha ngalaa nto bayibona isenzeka ngalaa mini.
In the main, supporting the police version of events.
Kuxhaseni ke ngoku intetho ke ngoku yenziwa amapolisa ngesehlo esenzekileyo.
Did you read any other statement than Marburg's of those taken by the police?
Ngaphandle kwestatements zikaMarburg sikhona esinye esingesinye esenziwa ngamapolisa owasifunda.
Yes, I have, because those statements were not even taken by us. They were taken by IPID.
Did you have interviews with other policemen to discuss their statements with them?
It is not my duty to do so. I read what they have written, what IPID has taken.
Where was it your duty to call the one person who made a statement destructive of the police version?
Bezos, he hadn't made a statement. As I understand the evidence, he spoke to one of the generals, told the general about this. General reported orally, as I understand it. General told the National Commissioner. National Commissioner happened to be at Rustenburg. The man was there as well. Sent for him, spoke to him, and then said, right, this has got a statement must be taken, let's go to IPID. I think that's the evidence. I understand if he'd made a statement already, which was already on its way to IPID, would have been taken by IPID, and she then summoned him and cross-questioned him about it, then that would be a basis for the questions you're now asking, but those aren't the facts.
Yes.
And Mr. Bezos, the purpose of that interview was not, as you've put, to discuss the statement that the witness made.
Well, to discuss the event, I'll change the question. Did you discuss the evidence or the statement two generals.
Unabas General Zibini zikhona esinye statement esingesinye ngaphandle kwesamebek enathi ke nathetha naxoxa ngaso esithetha ke onesibalisa ngesehlo senzekayo.
When I spoke to Mayberg, there was no statement. There was an allegation.
I've already accepted that. The question is, did you interview in the presence of two generals any other police officer of a lower rank who was at Marikana?
No.
Uthi xa iphendula hayi ke kule nto ithethwa ngusinla Council Church Bezos into yoba alikho linye ipolisa abanadliwana ndlebe nalo elalibalisa ngesehlo senzeke eMarikana.
No.
Sorry, Mr. Bishop. Were you informed of any other oral statements made by any other police members of the service?
No.
Which indicated that things had possibly happened which were not in accordance with the official police version of the matter?
No, Judge.
Ucheke ngoku
please
National Commission into yoba sikho statement ezinye ezithiwa senziwe ngalinye ipolisa malunga nezinto ezenzeke phaa eMarikana awaxelwa ngazo.
Can you please explain where Warrant Officer Marburg was privileged to be invited by the Commissioner and two generals to speak about his experience and not lots of other?
I think she's already told us that. Firstly, there weren't lots of others. There weren't any others who made allegations of the kind he made. She said that it was reported to her that an oral statement had been made of the nature that we know. It was obviously a serious matter. She was at Rustenburg. He was there. The two generals were there, including the ones who'd been made the statement. So she sent for him, spoke to him. When she'd ascertained the nature of the allegation, the matter was then dealt with by the taking of a statement, and it's being sent to IPED. So I don't think the complexion you're putting on the events is correct. Unless I misunderstood, but I think I summarized.
Chairman, I will put it on the basis on which. What was so special about Marburg's say-so? Caused you and two generals to invite him to talk to you?
Ngestatement saka Malbec eyenza into yoba wena general ezinye nimmeme okanye nimbize into yoba makayezi.
Advocate, when you started this line of questioning, you asked me whether I considered this important. And I did say yes. And if I'm sitting in a meeting with my members, and one of the commanders come to me and told me about this type of thing, the first step and the first decision I took was that this is important. And my next question to the commander would be, has it been reported? And where is the report? And the commander says to me, I am hearing it for the first time today from the member, and the member is here. And I think it was rational, important, prudent of me to say, where is that member, because we are sitting here? Can we hear it for ourselves from this member? And the questions that follow are logical to saying, because you were there, do you know this member? Have you seen this person? Can you identify this member? And I asked, did you make a statement? Did you report it? And because there were no answers in terms of that, I then asked these commanders to go and look at this matter and make sure that we get a statement so that we can advance this and get to the bottom of it. And by any measure, in my book, it is prudent and it is responsible.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, there is a final report which was handed in this morning. We have not had an opportunity of studying it.
To the possible tampering, is it? The report that was handed in this
yes,
morning
yes.
relates to the possible tampering.
Yes. I just want
or
to
possible contamination, or whatever the correct word is. You only got it this morning.
Yes.
You haven't had a chance to study it yet.
Yes.
So you want to reserve your cross-examination?
I want to reserve my cross-examination on that because it may have some relevance.
Yes,
to
whatever.
Yes.
You're entitled to reserve your cross-examination.
Yes.
Is there any other matter?
There are a few other matters.
You want to proceed with your cross-examination?
Yes,
now?
please.
All right, well, please do so.
Yes.
Obviously, Mr. Bezos, I can't expect you to cross-examine on that report you only got this morning, because you've been busy cross-examining all day up to now, and you obviously couldn't consider it. So I won't prevent you from dealing with the matter later when you ask leave to do so, provided the witness is still in the box.
Yes, I will.
He's in there.
Yes.
He will
by the end of the day, and I will do so.
I see. Yes, all right. While she's still in the witness seat, I'll allow you to, because other people get a cross-examiner, as I understand. I'll ask you to come back to that matter if you wish.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you think of any reason to doubt the warrant officer's statement?
I'd like to underline the word doubt. And that says to me, if that be the word that you are using, it is not ruled out. We are saying investigate and give us the facts. But I would also say, what worried me is that this is a warrant officer talking of a constable. And while I was asking the questions that I was asking to say, did you see the face? Did you see the name? Do you know the person? As a warrant officer, he is superior and senior to the constable, and I would have expected more responsibility from the warrant officer. And that worried me, and it still remains worrying me.
It took the evidence leaders very little time to identify the two persons that Marburg speaks of and gave the names.
No, that's not right, Mr. Bezos. Marburg doesn't speak any persons. What the evidence leaders did was, they did what I assume IPID investigators would also have done. They had regard to the type of weapon used. They had regard to the fact that this person was said to come from the National Investigation Unit. And they then looked at the list of persons who fired bullets at scene 2, and then eliminated everybody but 2. But Marburg doesn't mention those two names at all. So you have to rephrase that question.
Yes. The document which the evidence leaders found after the matter was raised at court produced two names. Now, those of us who have some knowledge of investigating techniques know that even if a person, when approached to make a statement, says, I will not recognize him, it's almost an expected step to be taken by the investigating officer to say we have 2 or 3 suspects, we are going to put them on an ID parade, and you'd be surprised how many who claim that they will not be able to identify the suspect, in fact, do point them out at the identification parade. Were you aware of it, or if you're not, we'll put it to someone else.
Njengabantu abanokuxhomekeka kuphanda into eyenzekayo into yokuba abantu ngabarhanelwa baye babekwa apho bazokwalathiswa khona kwaye kuye kumangazelinye ixesha into yoba lo mntu akwazi ukwalatha uba lo mntu nguluwabo unolwazi ngento ngolo hlobo.
I think it is important to again say, when it comes to investigating the police, those who police the police would have had that responsibility of isolating and whatever. Otherwise, it will be like, I'm investigating ourselves. It would needed to do that.
Did either the one or the other of the generals with you say, we will order an identification parade immediately?
Once the matter is referred to IPID, I'll be seen as interfering.
Did they call for an examination of the police records to see where there were other statements or a statement by Marburg or anything like that? Did they suggest what form the investigation should take?
I'm not aware of that, but they never tell me how they are conducting their investigation because we are the subject of investigation.
You're aware of the terms of the commission? That the commission is enjoined to look, among other things, what steps, if any, I just want to use the exact words, Mr. Chairman. They are to investigate the conduct of the South African police services in particular. The nature, extent, and application of any standing orders. Policy considerations. Legislation and other instructions in dealing with the situation which gave rise to the incident. And then 1.2.4, whether by act or omission it directly or indirectly caused loss of life or harm to persons or property. And if you have a look at the last paragraph of your statement, the last sentence, I therefore register my sincere condolence to the families of all who tragically lost their lives.
kwiintsapho ezi zathi ke ngoku zaphulukana zinabo baphulukene nobomi babo.
Heartfelt sympathy
uvela uphuma ngaphakathi entliziyweni
to those who sustained injuries.
kwabo bathe bafumana ukonzakala.
I assume that you would wanted to add or died, or the relatives of those who died.
The previous sentence,
Which is in there,
where
yes.
she gives
Which is in there.
condolences to the families of all who tragically lost their lives. So the
Yes.
people who died are dealt with in that sentence,
Yes.
and the injured people are dealt with in the
Yes,
last
no, that's, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is a result of actions and omissions by any of the parties.
ngenxa yesenzo okanye into
Those are your words.
engenziwanga
As a result of actions or omissions by any of the parties.
into engunobangela esi senzo okanye engenziwanga ngomnye wamaqela.
You have been in the witness box and facts and figures have been brought to your attention.
Buhleli ke ngoku apha emkhumbini kwaye uxelelwe ngamanani.
Is there any act or omission of the police that you can think of which was unlawful,
ikhona ke ngoku into eyenziwe
not in accordance with the provisions of our constitution, our legislation, and the standing orders?
ikhona ke ngoku into eyenziwe ngamapolisa okanye ethe asilela ukuyenza engakho semthethweni okanye engahambisani ne-standing order okanye umgaqo-siseko.
First, let me just say, what is also important, I mean, you talk about, I therefore register my sincere condolences to the families of all. And I would say a lot of the questioning that I've received from you has been on the 34, not all. And I really meant all. When I said that.
I accept that. The question is, are there any actions taken by the police or any omissions by the police which you think the police are responsible for?
Umbuzo wami ukuba ikhona into eyenza ngamapolisa okanye athe asilele ukuyenza singathi bona bazothatha uxanduva okanye baphendule kuloo nto leyo.
I am looking forward to some of the outcomes of this commission, to point us to some of those, because, as I've said, what we've tried to do is to do our work in accordance to our prescripts and our protocols. If there are omissions, and I'm sure this commission can point to some of those as all parties, as indicated there, are being engaged. Engage those.
What you said was recorded because you leaned forward and nodded your head. I think you said yes or exactly or something like that.
No, I didn't say yes exactly, Judge. I said by my own admission in the statement, I am saying this commission is meant to sincerely take all inputs of the various parties. What we have tried to do was to use our protocols and prescripts to do our work in accordance with it. If there were weaknesses, conscious or unconscious, I am sure that this commission would be able to highlight those, and those would form future lessons for us.
Into endiyamkelayo into yokuba le commission ke ngoku kuyo yonke into ezawuthethwa apha yiyo ezawuthi ke ngoku ijongisise kwaye ngoku loo nto ezawuthi igqitywe yiyo sikwazi into yoba ngephi ithi lukufuneka lithathwe emva kwaloo nto.
Documents, videos that are missing during the period that the alleged attack on the police took place are missing. Is there anything that you heard that was brought to your attention during those proceedings which led you that the police were prematurely congratulated for the work that they did?
Chair, we don't know of any videos that are missing. perhaps Mr. Bezos could...
I can't find my learned friend.
We don't know of any documents that are missing. Oh, sorry, video, I beg your pardon. He says we don't have any videos that are missing.
There is I'll change it, but there is a gap on the video material available during the 4-minute period that is vital.
Kukho indawo engekhoyo ke kula video idlala imizuzu emine kwaye into ebalulekileyo leyo engadlaluyo.
Chairperson, without more specificity, without sufficient specificity, I won't be able intelligently to follow the answer because I don't know what gaps are being referred to in that question. In the 4 minutes of what footage?
I thought that it was common cause, that there isn't any video showing any protester attacking a policeman.
That's not my understanding. I don't think there's any common cause in the matter. There certainly are matters that aren't recorded on video, but whether videos were actually taken with them and somehow have disappeared or been suppressed or whatever, that's not something that's been before the Commission.
If there is no video evidence when it is categorically stated in the orders that what happened is to be recorded, then I am entitled to put the question.
I don't know that you can talk then about a gap. I can understand there may, for some or other reason, have been a failure to operate the video camera in the right direction at the relevant time. That's one possibility. The other possibility, of course, is that the videos were taken and suppressed or concealed or destroyed or whatever. But there's no evidence directly on the point at the moment. Maybe it's a matter you can raise with some of the other witnesses when they come, but you certainly can't proceed on the basis that it's common cause that there's a gap, because that's not correct. But I understand this is an area that you may wish to explore, but I don't think you can explore it with this witness in the way you're proposing to do.
Very well. There is nothing that you heard or saw before this commission that cast any doubt upon the praise that you showered on the police in your statements of the 17th and the 20th.
Akho nto ithandabuzisayo ke ngendlela nakuvidiyo obonakala uncoma kwaye ubulela amapolisa nge-17 nange-20.
Advocate, I shall again say, I'm sure the learnings from this commission would point us to a number of areas, and we are looking forward to that.
Ndiqinisekile into yoba izindululo okanye iziphumo zale commission zizawusenza into yoba siqwalasele izinto ezininzi.
I assume that you will agree that no serious misconduct on the part of the police has been unearthed by the police department.
By the police department. But the directorate responsible for investigating allegations of malfeasance and other improper conduct by the police is the independent Police Investigation Directorate. Now, I don't know whether that's the department you mean, or whether you mean other sections of the police. So perhaps you must reformulate the question more.
What is the police practice if allegations are made against the police? As a matter of practice, are they all allowed to continue working as policemen? Or are they suspended from duty?
We have a very clear disciplinary process and code, and it follows the laws of this country of saying people have to be proved innocent. We can't prejudge anything. When reports are made, we investigate, and disciplinary processes do take place in the police.
Yes. Kuthiwa ke konke xa kukho umthetho obaluleka okhoyo kwaye njengosazi into yoba akuthi ugwetywa ngaphambi kwexesha.
This sounds like a new line of inquiry.
It's the final.
Well, perhaps we could take the tea adjournment at this stage. It's 3 o'clock. How long are we going to be with this one? You've got a couple of pages
It's a
of prepared
convenient
cross-examination.
stage. It's 2 1/3 pages.
Well, I don't
We'll
know what
finish it today.
I don't know what rate you've gone through your pages so far. Let's take the tea adjournment and try to reassemble at 3:15.
Thank you.
Say something about
What is the latest development in that the police are investigating the possibility that an R5 rifle that was used in the murder of the traditional Lihila known as Nzabe was actually what is the latest development in that the police are investigating the possibility that an R5 rifle that was used in the murder of the traditional Lihila known as Nzabe was actually the rifle that was taken from a policeman who was killed in Marikana on the 13th of August. 10 spent cartridges cartridges of an R5 rifle were found at the murder scene. And an R5 rifle is not a rifle that any member of the public can possess. It can only be possessed by policemen and by members of the army. So the fact that an R5 rifle was found there raises a great deal of suspicion on the part of the police. And also they had received intelligence even before the Sangoma was murdered that the R5 rifle which was taken from the policeman was transported to the Eastern Cape. And if indeed it is the same rifle, it would be a cruel irony because a policeman lost his life, and this commission seeks to find justice for him and among others. And the Sangoma who was supposed to, the police would have wished to come and assist the commission. If he was killed by the same rifle, it would be indeed a cruel irony.
And now, is there still any indication at this stage whether the sons will come and testify at a later stage? Has there been any developments regarding that?
For now, we would have to be very cautious when we deal with these matters. Certainly, I wouldn't think that it would be prudent on my part to announce who the police intend to call as witnesses, especially given the fact that Mr. Nzabe was murdered after there was wind of the fact that the police wanted him to come and testify.
Have there been any arrests at this stage?
Well, you would have to check with the police in the Eastern Cape, but we haven't been informed of any arrests. However, investigations are continuing. Ballistic tests will be conducted shortly to establish the identity of the weapons that were used. Okay, thanks.
Commissioner, you were still under oath. Mr. Bezos, you said you've come to the last 2.5 pages of your cross-examination.
Less than that now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, we agree with you fully that nobody should be condemned in accordance with the and there should be no prejudging. Why did you prejudge what happened on the 17th and the 20th?
Ndiyavumelana nawe into yokuba akho mntu ufuneka agxekwa okanye agwetywe phambi kwexesha. Kutheni wenze njalo ngalamhla we-17?
I've said I presented facts that were given to me, and I did say at the end of my statement that any further investigations in this into the matter, we shall be very supportive thereof, and I do not consider there to have been prejudging.
Ndithethe izinto bendixelwe njengoba zilolo hlobo, ndathi ukuba ezinye izinto ephando oluzokwenziwa siza ndayixhasa into enjalo bangagwebi kanye ndithi ke ndigweba ngaphambi kwexesha ukwenza njalo.
That decision of yours would have excluded any police officer's suspension and any disciplinary proceedings against any police officer.
Eso sigqibo sakho besinganonquka ke ngoku kunqunyanyiswa kwepolisi okanye ukuthi bosiwe kulwaluko balulekwe.
I don't understand that question.
Andivisile kuhle lo mbuzo.
You, as the commissioner and your generals, could not possibly either suspend or try and discipline any officers that took part in Marikana. What you had to say on the 17th and the 20th.
Ngaphandle kwalo kuthethile ku-17 nange-20 ke wena khange kubekho isigqibo sithathileyo sokunqumamisa okanye kubekho ululeko olukho komnye amapolisa athatha inxaxheba phaa kwesa sehlo senzekayo.
True, because there were no facts presented to me that showed that there was an individual that needed to be disciplined.
Ewe ngoba bengekho bungqina obonisayo into yoba ukhona lo kudingeka uba asiwe kululeko.
You are continuing to speak about facts furnished by the police, but anything else is allegations.
Kodwa uyaqhubeka kuthetha ngezinto eziyiyo ezithethwa ngamapolisa
other than the police.
Ezinye uthi zona zinto esisimangalo.
I shall continue to say what I've said earlier on, to say the bona fides of the facts that were presented to me by my members, officers and commanders are the facts that I can rely on to answer and talk to you about what you are talking to me about.
Ndithi into endizinikwe ngamalungu am zizinto nami ndingathi ndizikholelwe kwaye ndithembele kuzo.
Commissioner, you haven't responded to the question that it appears that for you, policemen furnish facts or others merely make allegations.
Into awukampeli ngoba ndithi amapolisa kubonakala ethethe inyani kodwa abanye batsho nje into esezizimangalo.
That has not been my evidence to this commission.
Khange ubungqina bam kule commission obo.
I thought that you had said what the facts given to you by the police. Was that a mistake, or the allegations made by the police?
Bimpazamo leyo ngoba ingathi buthe into eziyinyani ozixela amapolisa okanye izinto ezizimangalo.
Advocate, I have never said all the information that was given by others or read in the newspapers or seen in the TV are just allegations. I have not given that type of evidence here.
Khange nikubungqina ukuthi yonke into esino ngabanye nabantu bamaphephandaba nomabonakude sizinto nje ezizimangalo ezenziwayo.
Are you familiar with the provisions of Section 13 of the Standing Orders, General 262, paragraph 13?
uyazi into yoba phaa kwicandelo u-13 ke ngoku phaa kwi-standing order
Debriefing,
u-262
are
ubhalwe
you
ntoni
familiar with that section?
uyazi uba ithini loo section
Which section are you referring to?
uthetha ngeyiphi section
Let's start with subsection 1. 13.1. The CJOC must ensure that debriefing take place after each event or gathering and that record is kept thereof. Are you aware of that provision?
uthi ke ngoku yona isijo kufuneka iqinisekise into yokuba kuba kwingxelo eyenzekayo emva kwesihlo ngasinye apho kukho indimbane nokuba yonke into eyenzekayo funeke ibhalwe phantsi
Yes, I am.
ndinolwazi ngaloo nto
Where is that report? Did you receive a report or a record of the debriefing?
uyifumane ke ngoku ingxelo leyo iphi yona
I haven't received a report of that.
khange ndifumane ingxelo ngaloo nto leyo
Did you not call for a report?
khange uyicele
No, I did not ask for it.
khange ndicele
Why not?
utheni
Because I was aware that we are starting to prepare for this commission, and the information that we were sharing in preparation for this commission represented much of that.
bendiyazi into yoba sizilungiselela for i-commission le kwaye nolwazi olu belufuneka apho
You see anything in the order exempting the CJOJ from complying with the order merely because a commission was appointed?
ikhona into etshoyo phaa ke ngoku le nto into yokuba isijoko akufunekanga kwenzeke njalo ize nengxelo ngokuba kulungiselelwa i-commission
I have said that my understanding and the way I saw processes flowing out was that our preparation and the presentation that we made much earlier to this commission was part of collating all the information that we were having about what took place there.
ndithe ke nendlela besilandela beyindlela besizilungiselela ukuzochazela okanye unika amaxwebhu kule commission ngayo yonke into eyenzekileyo
13.3, a thorough evaluation must be conducted and if possible, video coverage must be shown in the briefing.
ithi ke ngoku leyo yesithathu into yokuba kufuneka kwenze uphononongo kwaye uba kuyenzeka kubekho neevidiyo ezenziwayo funeka ziboniswe
You are aware of that order?
uyazi unolwazi ngalo yelolo
Yes, I am.
ndinolwazi
Was an evaluation made by those that had to do it?
abo ke ngoku funeke benzeke ukuphononongo olo baye bayenza loo nto leyo
My understanding was that a lot of that information was collated, it was shared, it was put into the presentation, and I think in that process, evaluation did take place.
into ke wathi kwabelana ngazo kwenziwa ke loo presentation ndikholwa uba ke ngoku ukuphononongo olo laye lwenzeka
All good practices as well as shortcomings must be recorded. This is subparagraph 4. All good practices as well as shortcomings must be recorded as part of a learning process to enhance good practices and address or prevent recurrences of identified mistakes.
ithi ke ngoku zonke into ezenziweyo ezintle nezinye ezingakhange zabantle funeke zibhalwe phantsi kuba ibe yinto ezawufundwa kuyo ukwenza into yoba izenzo ezilungileyo kuqhutyekwa kunye nazo ukwenzela ukuba kuzowuthintelwa ukuba impazamo ezibonakalayo zingaqhubekeki kwakhona
7 months has passed since the tragedy at Marikana.
sigqithile inyanga zisixhenxe seyenzekile le ntlekele phaa emarikana
Have the police done anything to comply with the provisions of this order?
ikhona into yenzileyo amapolisa ke ngoku uthobela ke ngoku le nto ithethwa apha kulo myolelo
Advocate, this is work in progress because this process now has a commission, and a lot is happening at this commission. And I have said earlier on today that when this commission concludes, I'm sure we would be able to tie up everything and be able to deal with some of those provisions.
Njengoba nisithi ke ukuseyinto eqhubekekayo ke kulo msebenzi kwaye ininzi eyenzekayo ndithe ke ngoku xa sekunjalo le commission sifumana ke ngoku izindululo kulapho ke ngoku sizawujongisisa kakuhle nale miyalelo lena ke ngoku.
National Commissioner, the orders, the constitution, the legislation, you are required to investigate and you are required to come to the question with answers. With answers. Not will wait to hear what the Commission has to say.
Ngokwemiyolelo kwakunye nomgaqo-siseko neminye imithetho kufanele into yokubana uzokwenza uphando ukuze luze nempendulo hayi into yokuba uzawulinda xa kuzoqukunjelwa okanye sekugqityiwe kule commission.
Commission requires answers from you among others.
Phakathi kwezinye ke le commission ifuna impendulo eziphuma kuwe.
I have given a lot of answers to this commission, but I also am aware that there is a lot of work in progress that will inform the finalization of this matter.
Ngoku ndinike impendulo ndiyenza impendulo ezininzi kwaye kukho umsebenzi oqhubekekayo ozawuqinisekisa into yokubana kuzoba isigqibo esizawuthathwa ekuqhutyelweni kwale commission.
Do you agree that the terms of reference by clear implication require the police to come with at least some answers?
Uyavumelana nami into yokubana amapolisa phofu ke kufuneke kubekho impendulo ethile aza nazo.
I absolutely agree, and I am sure that when the line of police members that are going to be questioned here, the questions that we are supposed to answer, we would have done some bit of justice to answering those questions.
Ndiyavumelana nawe ndiyakuthembela ukubana amapolisa asezawuza apha azawuphendulwa ke ngoku azobuzwa imibuzo azawuthi aphendule kwaye ngandlela thile kuzofikelwa ke ngoku ubulungisa.
Commissioner, not only have you not come here with answers, with no answers,
awuzanga nje apha ngaphandle kwempendulo ungenampendulo.
You've come here to try and avoid personal responsibility.
Uzile into yoba uzama ukubaleka le ndawo yokuba uthatha uxanduva.
You have avoided answering important questions put to you.
Wayibaleka eminye imibuzo ebalulekileyo obubuzwa yona.
You have attempted to hide behind the organizational bureaucracy to avoid answering straight questions.
Uye wazama ukuzimela ke ngeziko eli ngokuba ubaleka into yoba uphendule imibuzo ethile.
Instead of helping this commission to seek the truth, you have pretended to be ignorant of key details.
Endaweni yoba unceda i-commission ifikelele unyaniso.
And frustrated attempts to get to the bottom of what happened at Marikana. I don't expect you to say yes, but it's my duty to put to you what we're going to submit to the commission.
Andilindela ukuba uzothi ewe kodwa ke into enzayo kwingxoxo mpikiswano apha kule commission.
Chair, I see what your light on. You want to say something?
Yes. I can accept there is permissible limits at which my learned colleague can say they will predicate their argument finally. But attacking or even accusing remotely the witness of mendacity is not one of those parameters that are permissible.
So he says he's going to argue at the end of the case that that's the position. And he's giving the witness an opportunity to admit it or deny it. It's unlikely she'll admit it. It's more likely she'll deny it. It may be a formal thing, but he says this is what he's going to argue at the end. And he must give her a chance to deal with it. I think in the circumstances I must allow him to put the question.
Finally, you'll be pleased to hear, I don't
The answer to that.
Yes.
Does she admit the catalogue of
I
sins
don't
that you...
expect her to admit
No,
it.
we must have the answer.
Yes.
Judge, thank you for that, because really, it's a character assassination. I've spent very valuable time at this commission. I've answered to the best of my ability. That I did not give you the answers that you wanted. I gave you the answers as I understood them and the facts as I knew them. I cannot make you conclude the way you do. It's your conclusion, but I want to say I do not agree with your conclusion. I came here as an honest contributor to this commission, and I've answered to the best of my ability.
Ke ukumfuna impendulo ngoba apho ndibona uba isimilo sami siyahlaselwa khona ndinike impendulo ngendlela endazi ngayo noba ingasizimpendulo ezikwanelisayo ngoko ndithi ngamanye amazwi ndivumelana nawe kule nto uyithethayo kwaye ndiye ndanyaniseka apha ndinegalelo nam kule commission.
Do you recall that when you finished your statement, a female person in the audience broke down and took some time for her to be helped to stop crying?
Usakhumbula ke lixesha ke seba wenza into ethako kukho umuntu ke ngokomlama apha abantu abahleli esitulweni owasalinde uba makancedwe ngoba waye waqala.
Yes, I do.
Sayikhumbula. Do you remember that it was immediately after you offered sympathy to those affected?
Uyakhumbula into yoba kusemva kokuba ubonise uvelwano kubo ke bathe bachaphazeleka?
Yes, I do.
Ewe ndisakhumbula.
Have you ever heard the expression sympathy without admission of wrongdoing is an empty gesture?
Uyazi into yokubana ke ngokubonisa uvelwano kodwa ungafuna ukwamkela into yokuba wenze impazamo yinto engamampunge leyo.
I'm hearing it today.
Ndiyaqala uyiva ngawe namhlanje.
Did it occur to you that your expression of sympathy without regret what it may have happened to her relative may have caused her to wail?
Bona ikhumbula into yoba into yokubonisa uvelwano kodwa ungabonisi usizi yinto enobangela into ekhokhela into yoba makakhale.
I may not be able to be in her shoes, but I can be in my shoes. To say very honestly, earnestly, and from the depth of my heart, my sympathy goes to all members of families who were affected by this tragedy, and it remains the truth that I shall say to this commission.
Ndingenawukwazi ukuba ndizifake esihlangwini zakhe mna ndikwazi uzifaka kwezam izihlangu into ebendithe into yokuba ndikusuka ke entliziyweni yawo ndithetha entliziyweni yonke into yoba ndibonisa uvelwano ngentlekele eyenzekayo kwiintsapho ezo zixhaphakele ke ngenxa le ntlekele eyenzekayo.
Finally, at the end of this commission, when we argue, we will say that you failed to take this commission into your confidence.
Sizawuthi ekugqibeleni ke ngoku wena uye waphanza ukwenza uba le commission ikwathembe.
We will argue that you have placed the narrow and parochial interests of the police
sithi uzisa phambili umdla omqinwa ngamapolisa
above the interests of justice in this country.
Ngaphezu komdla wobulungisa ke kweli lizwe.
Mr. Chairman, that is the end of my cross-examination.
You want to comment on the motions? You want to comment on the motions that Mr. Bezos made?
Judge, I want to say I came before this commission. I've answered to the best of my ability the questions that have been put to me. I am consistent with the statements I made right from the 20th that the South African Police Service shall fully cooperate with this commission, and I trust that my other members that will be coming to this commission will continue to do so. And I thank the opportunity of having been able to respond to the best of my ability to Advocate Bezos, that he did not believe what I'm saying, accept my responses. I do understand his standpoint.
Well, I'm not sure one can say what he believed or didn't believe. He's an advocate putting a case, so I think that's where it ends. I'd like to ask a question before Mr. Malindi starts cross-examining, and that is in regard to the reference of the Mayberg statement to IPID. I take it you didn't do that yourself. You asked someone else to do it for you.
Statement ke ngokuzenziwe ku-IP nithetha uba azenzanga nguwe kodwa uqale omnye umuntu ukuba azenze eso statement.
Meaning the statement of Mayberg or the statement of all the statements were not taken by us.
No, the statement of Mayberg, which was referred to, that statement was taken. You caused it to be taken after you had the interview with him in Rustenburg, remember? And you said that statement was referred to IPID.
Yes.
Well, I'm saying, I take it you didn't refer it yourself. You didn't personally have to IPID or telephone someone at IPID and say the statement is coming.
No, I didn't take it myself. The Commissioner of Northwest can explain better the process they followed.
Commissioner of Northwest nguye ozawutsho ke ukuba niyenze njani into yoba sifike sibepha kwi-IP ezo statement sifike njani.
Deliberately finish, I would have finished anyway, but I was informed that Mr. Butler he's changed his mind. He wanted to bring something to the attention of the Commission.
Mr. Malindi, are you ready to cross-examine? I understood that you wish to cross-examine the National Commissioner on behalf of the Human Rights Commission.
I am ready, Chairperson.
Ulungile yoba uzobuza imibuzo usina council Malindi.
I should indicate that I decided to ask Mr. Malindi to cross-examine next, because I understand his particular way he wishes to follow. Thereafter, I was informed that Mr. Mpofu wants to cross-examine. Thereafter, Mr. Nsabaza. Thereafter, I think it's Mr. Tip. And thereafter, Mr. Border on behalf of London. Thereafter, Mr. Binders on behalf of Amku, who indicates he may or may not have questions to ask, but that's the order that I've determined. So, Mr. Malindi, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Mr. Brandis will necessarily be the last cross-examiner. That's the order I've worked out in the meanwhile. I understand there may be other parties as well. I'd be grateful if they could agree among themselves if they wish to cross-examine, and the order that they would consider appropriate, convey that to the evidence leaders, and thereafter can be conveyed to me. But that's what's going to happen now. Mr. Malindi, please proceed.
Abanye ke amaqela amadoda afuna ubuza imibuzo nawo azongaphamela ezocela uCommissioner azokwazi nawo uzokwazi bangobani abazobuza imibuzo.
National Commissioner, may I take you back to item 13 of the standing orders, the debriefing section.
Ndizawuqala xa ndithetha kulaa ndawo debriefing phaa standing order item 13.
Do you agree with me that the term debriefing may be defined as reporting on a mission or a task?
Yes.
In the process of a thorough evaluation as stated in this item, good practices will be noted. Do you agree that it may be for commendation of units or individuals who have acted excellently in the process?
It could well be.
Do you agree as well that sub 4 of item 13 talks to shortcomings that must be recorded?
Correct.
the value thereof is also that improper conduct will be rectified. Do you agree?
Certainly, and continuous improvement.
And as sub 5 indicates, by means of in-service training in crowd management techniques, etc.
Yes.
If this is done, the SAPS will improve its crowd management techniques, and it's something that you would prescribe to.
Yes, that falls around, under the ambit of what I call continuous improvement.
If you look at the SAPS's expert witness, Mr. De Rover, paragraph 10.
This is exhibit F11.
It is F11, Chairperson. If you could please turn to paragraph 10 thereof. You will see that it says that law enforcement organizations such as our SAPS, open quote, seek interaction with the communities they serve and render public account for their decisions, actions, and omissions during public meetings and through public reports and media.
baphendule kubo esihlangalaleni ngezigqibo zabo nezenzo nezinto abaselele ukuzenza kuntlanganiso ke ngoku esihlangalaleni ngeengxelo zabo kunye ke ngoku ngentateli.
Do you agree with that statement?
Uyavumelana nento leyo?
Yes, I do.
That statement is consistent with the openness and transparency that you also seek.
Statement ke sihambisana nalento ukuba ufuna kube umuntu ovulekileyo nento ukuba ufuna kucacwe ngendlela ufuna kwenzeke ngayo.
Yes.
And if you could look at paragraph 11 of the same statement, F11.
Masijonge phaa ku-11 paragraph.
And that statement says that allegations of any misconduct are promptly, thoroughly, and impartially investigated. You agree with that statement?
Yes, I do.
And item 13 of the standing orders required of your organization to have conducted a debriefing immediately after the incident. Am I correct with that?
You are correct.
And the President announced on 17 August that a commission of inquiry will be established to investigate the events of Marikana. Am I correct?
Commission of Inquiry izawuphanda izehlo zapha eMarikana ndithetha inyani?
Yes, you are correct.
Why was the debriefing as required by item 13 of the standing orders not conducted immediately after the event and before the announcement that the Commission of Inquiry will be instituted.
Emva kwalapho ke kutheni ke ngoku ungazangwe kuwenziwe la ngxelo ke ngoku ayibiza ngokwalesimzini i-debriefing nangaphambi koba azobhengeza urhulumente noba kuzobakho i-Commission of Inquiry?
You would be aware that this event of the 16th went, the collection of information and data went right into the early morning of the 17th. And at that point in time, there was a demand for us to report what has happened. Actually, a lot of the media lingered around asking us to report as early as 11 p.m. on the 16th. And at that point in time, the counting of those people who were in hospital, those who were dead, was not completed.
Into endikhumbula into yoba ke ngoku ingxelo enye yafika ngomhla ku-6 ngomhla we-17 kwaye ke ngoku nabantu aba bangonondaba babefuna ngo-11 kube sekufunyenwe yonke ke ngoku inkcazo nolwazi olufunekayo kwangelo xesha lungafuneki kwabafumaneka inani labo baswelekileyo nabo bangxelekekileyo.
On the 17th, when we made our report on the 11th, it was a collation of all the facts that came from the scene. And as I've already stated, it was a collective account of the joke. And it is on that very same day, that evening, that the President again announces the commission. Which already, without us knowing the terms of reference, extends this role and starts saying, as you do whatever you do, take into account the fact that there's a commission coming. So part of the debriefing in its original and pure form and the preparation for the commission, I understand it to have been a process of working towards it. And some of the documents, the presentation that was presented much earlier here, which forms part of the inputs we're making to the commission, was part of that process as we understood it.
Perhaps this is an appropriate time, if it's convenient for you, to take the adjournment. I want to announce that we will be adjourning until 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The reason is that I have a meeting scheduled with the Minister of Justice at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's the only appointment I could get. As you know, he are charged with the responsibility of deciding whether the venue should be changed. And we will be meeting tomorrow at 10 o'clock specifically to discuss that matter and see whether we can reach a decision on it. In the circumstances, obviously, I can't be here and with the Minister at the same time. So I anticipate that we will be able to commence at 1 o'clock tomorrow. So those who eat lunch, I suggest you eat lunch before 1. We'll start at 1, and at least we're getting half a day's hearing, I hope, or something approximate half a day's hearing tomorrow. So, but those who are coming from far away need to only be here at 1, because nothing will be happening before then.
Isazi sesiqhubukho ngokuke ngukhomishina into yokuba ngomso ngentsimbi yeshumi efuneke abentlanganiso kunye nomphathiswa wezobulungisa ngokuba befuneka bakuthatha isigqibo sokuba le komishini izawusuka kwenye ndawo okanye izawuqhubekeka apha ngokuke into ethetha into yokuba uzoqala ngomso ngentsimbi yokuqala unananizayo uba nisuka kude ndingaba apha ngentsimbi yokuqala ngokuba ucinga into yoba uzobe segqibele ngelo xesha siyawuqala ngomso ngentsimbi yokuqala.
I see Mr. Mpofu's turned his microphone on. I don't know whether Mr. Melindi's turned it on or left it on. He's left it on. Yes, Mr. Mpofu.
If you could kindly give me 1 minute just to raise a matter which may or may not be relevant for your meeting tomorrow. I was going to raise it before I start my cross-examination, but I think it might be opportune to do so now. It's Chairperson, it's related to the application, although it still stands whether or not the application is successful. And I don't expect any of the parties, at least those that I've spoken to oppose the matter. issue was raised by the Human Rights Commission, which we've been discussing, about the possibility of arranging for what we call simultaneous interpretation, which would halve the time of the commission, particularly with the kinds of witnesses that are anticipated, and the lawmen and others. It's in a nutshell, the reason why it's linked to
your point. If you're having a witness giving evidence in, say, Xhosa,
yeah,
you can't have simultaneous.
No, of course, yes.
But if you have witnesses who are all giving evidence in English,
yeah,
then simultaneous translation, if it's possible,
yeah,
will certainly shorten the proceedings.
Practically by half, yes.
Yes. What is proposed, and what the Minister and I will be considering, is a possible move to the municipal premises at Centurion. And one of the matters that if we decide to move there, then one of the matters that we will, I will ask those concerned with the logistics of the Commission to investigate is whether it's possible to have simultaneous translation as you have suggested for the reasons you've given.
Yes, Chairperson. And yes, that's more or less what the issue is. And the one issue I'd like to add is that we've, for the sake of completion, taken the courtesy to discuss the matter with the translators, with the interpreters, and they don't foresee any problem. In fact, they welcome the idea. Thank you, Chairperson.
Very much. Well, I can draw that to the Minister as well. It depends upon whether I decide to move. But that's something on which we will only know the answer in due course. At this stage then, the Commission will adjourn until 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
sebe. And then we will have like into let you know my phone. Come on, I will take a leg. What was it called? Horiang Hakits. Can you just explain to us the events of yesterday morning in Lila? What do you know of those events?
There is an accident that occurred around about 4 o'clock in the morning. This is where the German vehicle, which is the Ballistics, a group of people who are on the roadside next to a local tavern in Lila. The situation ended up with very serious fatalities and injuries, where about 5 of the people reported dead on the scene, and I can confirm that about 7 of them were then admitted to the hospital, which makes the total of the people to a number of 12 who had problems as a result of this situation. As I can confirm that a suspect was arrested immediately, who was found on the steering wheel of the vehicle, and he has been charged with culpable homicide and also drunken driving after the blood samples and other things were taken from him.
And is the case in one of the courts? Will it be appearing anytime soon?
Yes, I can confirm that he is supposed to appear in court tomorrow. As well, I know that he was supposed to appear today, but he could not appear as a result of, you know that our laws allow that if you want to take a statement in the presence of your lawyer and your charges be effected in front of our attorney, one of the requests that was made, which was then formalized this morning, where it was all done in front of his lawyer and he was then formally charged, and then we then have the 48 hours around the clock to tighten up any other loose ends in our investigation before we present him before the court.
apparently was found on the steering wheel of the vehicle, and he has been charged with culpable homicide and also drunken driving after the blood samples and other things were taken from him.
And is the case in front of the courts? Will it be appearing anytime soon?
Yes, I can confirm that he's supposed to appear in court tomorrow. He's warning that he was supposed to appear today, but he could not appear as a result of, you know that our laws allow that if you want to take a given statement in the presence of your lawyer and your charges be effected in front of your attorney, that was the request that was made, which was then formalized this morning.
Sazwana basihamba sibangena esikoleni endleleni siphuma le yojiva besiphuma eBumnandini ema-Sunday session ngoba basihamba khona imoto esiphuma nayo lapha eBumnandini iphuma ihamba ngespeed esinye esikhulu kabi then akhamba kwawo ukudlula mina labantu abashayisile kade baphambili nakwimi ukudlula mina acala lapho ukushayisa abantu cala ashayisa abantu amakhulabheka aphezulu nabantu bayaphezulu zangaphula ispeed obuya futhi esikontereni waza futhi azoprikalana then khona abantu baphuma phambili babashayisa and abanye babo bashonile. Okay, also on the sound what kind of
ngithe last